I never meant to reveal who I really was that evening. For 3 years, I had lived quietly as Emma, a regular office worker married to Joseph Zhang. His mother, Eleanor Zhang, often reminded me how ordinary I was and how unworthy I was of her son or their supposedly prestigious family. If only she knew the truth. That night was meant to be Eleanor's big moment. It was the grand opening of the Zhang family hotel, their first luxury property. Eleanor had spent months boasting about it, telling everyone that their family was finally rising to Shanghai's elite. What she didn't know was that the towering 68-story hotel actually belonged to my family's company, Chen International Hotels. We had allowed their small company to manage it as a test to see if they were capable of handling more properties in the future. 4 months, I had quietly watched Eleanor strut around like she owned the world, bossing around staff and making poor decisions. Still, I kept my promise to my father, the CEO of Chen International. He always said, "Learning comes best through experience, my little butterfly," using his favorite nickname for me. That night, Eleanor had planned a grand celebration in the ballroom, full of glittering chandeliers and Shanghai's wealthiest people. I stood by Joseph, wearing a plain black dress that Eleanor had already mocked as looking cheap. "Can't you at least try to look like you belong here?" she had snapped while adjusting her fancy gown. "This is an important night for our family." She only used our family when she needed something from me. I stayed quiet as Eleanor mingled with guests, introducing Joseph to potential investors and leaving me behind. Joseph's sister, Isabella, wasn't much better. She flaunted her new fiancé, a banker, making sure everyone knew he drove a Mercedes. "Emma, be a dear and get me some champagne," Isabella called out loudly enough for the guests to hear. "Isn't that what you used to do as a waitress?" I had never been a waitress, but Isabella enjoyed spreading lies about my so-called humble past. I got her champagne without a word, reminding myself of my father's advice to stay patient and observe. The tipping point came during Eleanor's speech. "Welcome, dear guests, to the crown jewel of the Zhang family empire," she said, beaming with pride. "This hotel represents our commitment to excellence and luxury. My son Joseph will take over as general manager, with the help of his," she hesitated, her smile stiffening, "wife." She made the word wife sound like something dirty. "Though, perhaps," she added, pretending to sound concerned, "we should consider whether someone with more polished experience might be better for the role. Our guests expect nothing but the best." The room grew quiet and awkward. Joseph fidgeted beside me but, as always, stayed silent. Isabella took her chance to add insult. She grabbed the microphone. "Mother's right. Emma's not exactly what you'd expect for a top hotel like this, is she? I mean, look at her dress," she said, laughing as champagne splashed from her glass. "Maybe she should start in housekeeping instead." That's when my phone buzzed. A message from my father. "The board has seen enough. Time to wrap this up. Little butterfly." 3 years of observations. 3 years of notes about their management style, their treatment of staff, their financial decisions. 3 years of watching Eleanor and Isabella's arrogance grow along with their ambitions, all leading to this moment. I stepped forward, my heels clicking on the marble floor. The sound echoed through the suddenly silent ballroom. "Actually," I said, my voice clear and confident, "I do have some hospitality experience." Eleanor's face darkened. "Emma, don't embarrass yourself." "Chen International Hotels," I continued, watching their expressions. "Perhaps you've heard of us? 47 luxury properties across Asia? This building is our 48th. Isabella laughed nervously. "What are you talking about? This is our hotel, is it?" I smiled, reaching for my clutch. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Emma, daughter of James Chen, CEO of Chen International Hotels. For the past 3 years, I've been evaluating the Zhang family group's potential as property managers for our expansion projects." I pulled out my business card, not the simple one I'd been using, but my real one. "Executive Director, Chen International Hotels." Eleanor's face went pale. "That's impossible," she whispered. "You're lying." "Am I?" I nodded to the ballroom entrance, where my father had just arrived with our board of directors. "Perhaps you'd like to ask him yourself?" The room erupted in whispers. Joseph stared at me like he was seeing me for the first time. Isabella dropped her champagne glass, the crystal shattering on the floor. 3 years of documentation, I continued, my voice carrying across the silent room. 3 years of watching you mistreat staff, make poor financial decisions, and demonstrate exactly why you should never be trusted with a luxury property. Eleanor stumbled forward, her designer dress suddenly looking cheap in her desperation. "Emma, darling, we were just joking. You know how much we love having you in the family. The board has made its decision." I cut her off. Zhang Family Group's management contract is terminated, effective immediately. Our own management team will be taking over operations tomorrow morning. Isabella screamed. You can't do this. We invested everything. You invested nothing. I corrected her. Chen International paid for everything. Your family was merely testing a management position. A test you failed spectacularly. The ballroom had become a theater of shocked faces and furious whispers. Shanghai's elite loved nothing more than watching the mighty fall, and the Zhangs were falling hard. Joseph finally found his voice. Emma, why didn't you tell me? I turned to my husband, seeing the confusion and hurt in his eyes. Would it have changed anything? Would you have stood up to them? Protected me from their constant insults? His silence was answer enough. Mr. Chen, Eleanor rushed toward my father as he approached. There must be some mistake. We can explain. My daughter's reports have been quite thorough, my father said coldly. 3 years of documented mismanagement, harassment, and poor decision-making. The board's decision is unanimous. I watched as everything Eleanor had bragged about, everything she'd built her ego upon, crumbled around her. Isabella was sobbing, her mascara running down her face. Their carefully cultivated image of wealth and sophistication shattered like her champagne glass on the marble floor. Security will escort you out, I said quietly. You have until tomorrow to remove your personal belongings from the management offices. As security approached, Eleanor's face contorted with rage. You deceived us, pretended to be poor, infiltrated our family. I stepped closer, my voice low enough that only she could hear. No, Eleanor, you showed me exactly who you are. I just watched and took notes. The security team led them toward the exit, Isabella's wails echoing off the marble walls. Joseph stood frozen, torn between following his family and staying with his wife, the woman he'd finally realized he didn't know at all. I turned to address the gathered crowd, channeling every lesson in poise and leadership my father had taught me. Distinguished guests, please enjoy the remainder of the evening. Chen International Hotels welcomes you to our newest property. The band resumed playing, waiters circulated with fresh champagne. The elite of Shanghai resumed their conversations, now with juicy new gossip to discuss. My father touched my shoulder gently. Well done, little butterfly. I watched Joseph finally follow his family toward the exit, shoulders slumped in defeat. 3 years of marriage ending with a walk of shame through our hotel lobby. But as I stood in that glittering ballroom, my true identity finally revealed, I realized this wasn't an ending at all. It was just the beginning. The next morning would bring new challenges, restructuring the hotel's management, damage control with the press, and inevitably, divorce proceedings. But for now, I allowed myself to feel the satisfaction of justice served. Eleanor had always said I wasn't good enough for her family. She never stopped to consider that her family wasn't good enough for me. The morning after the grand opening, Shanghai social media exploded with news about the Zhang family's humiliation. Videos of Eleanor and Isabella being escorted out by security had already gone viral on WeChat, but I had more important things to focus on. I arrived early at the hotel, wearing one of my real designer suits, Chanel, not the department store clothes Eleanor had always criticized. The staff gathered in the lobby looked nervous, unsure about their futures under new management. Good morning, I addressed them, my voice firm but kind. I know last night's events have left you with questions. First, let me assure you that your jobs are secure. In fact, many of you will be receiving the raises that Mrs. Zhang repeatedly denied, despite my recommendations. The relief in the room was palpable. I'd spent 3 years quietly noting which employees worked hardest, who showed real talent for hospitality, who needed more training, and who had suffered most under Eleanor's tyrannical management style. Miss Chen, my assistant Lucy approached, tablet in hand. She'd been one of my father's most trusted employees, planted as a junior receptionist to help monitor the situation. The Zhangs are in the management office, refusing to leave. They're demanding to speak with you. Of course they were. When I entered the office, Eleanor, Isabella, and Joseph were going through files, desperately searching for something they could use as leverage. This is corporate theft, I said calmly, watching them freeze. Security has already documented your actions. Corporate theft? Eleanor spun around, her perfectly styled hair now disheveled. Everything in this office belongs to the Zhang family. Actually, I held up my phone, displaying the management contract. According to Section 7(2), all operational documents, files, and data are property of Chen International Hotels. Your access expired at midnight. Isabella slammed a drawer shut. You think you're so clever, don't you? Tricking us for 3 years, playing the poor little wife. I never tricked anyone, I replied, You assumed I was poor, because I didn't flaunt wealth like you do. You assumed I was beneath you, because it made you feel superior. Those were your choices. Joseph finally spoke up. Emma, I know I should have defended you. Can we talk privately? Maybe work this out? I studied my husband's face, still handsome, but now I could clearly see the weakness in his character that I'd tried to ignore for 3 years. Our marriage was a management evaluation project that's now complete, I said coolly. My lawyers will contact you about divorce proceedings. Divorce? Eleanor shrieked. You can't divorce him. Do you know what this scandal will do to our family's reputation? I raised an eyebrow. Your reputation was built on lies and pretense. I simply revealed the truth. The truth? Isabella laughed bitterly. The truth is you're a spy, a deceiver. Wait until the press hears how the mighty Chin family conducts business. Go ahead. I smiled, pulling out another document. But first, you might want to review the confidentiality agreements you signed 3 years ago. The ones that prevent you from discussing any aspect of your relationship with Chin International Hotels. The penalties for violation are substantial. Eleanor snatched the document, her face paling as she read. They had signed everything without reading the fine print, too eager to prove themselves worthy of managing a luxury hotel. You can't do this to us, she whispered. We'll be ruined. You did this to yourselves. I corrected her. Security will escort you out. Again, try to maintain some dignity this time. As they were led away, Joseph lingered at the door. I did love you, Emma. No, I said softly. You loved the idea of me, the quiet, submissive wife who tolerated your family's abuse. That person never existed. After they left, I spent the morning in meetings with department heads, outlining the changes needed to bring the hotel up to Chin International standards. By afternoon, social media was buzzing with a new twist. Leaked documents showing Eleanor had been inflating occupancy reports and Isabella had been charging personal expenses to the hotel accounts. I hadn't leaked the documents, but I wasn't surprised when Lucy told me that several former employees had chosen to share evidence of the Zhang's mismanagement. Karma has a way of compound interest. A week later, I was reviewing the hotel's improved performance charts when my father visited my office, the same office where Eleanor had once held court like a queen. The board is impressed, he said, studying the numbers. Revenue up 40% in just 7 days, staff turnover down to 0, guest satisfaction scores climbing. Amazing what happens when you actually know how to run a luxury hotel. I smiled. And the Zhangs? I pulled up a report on my laptop. Eleanor and Isabella were seen shopping at a discount mall yesterday. Apparently, their credit cards were declined at their usual luxury boutiques. Joseph's applications to other hotel groups have all been rejected. Seems no one wants to hire a manager who didn't notice his own hotel wasn't really his. Father chuckled. You know, when I suggested this undercover evaluation 3 years ago, your mother thought I was crazy. Let her run the Hong Kong property instead, she said. Why make her suffer through this charade? Mom never did enjoy the investigative side of business. I grinned. But you taught me well. Sometimes you have to let people reveal their true nature before you can make an informed decision. And your true nature? He asked softly. Are you ready to reveal that to someone new? I knew what he meant. The press had been speculating about my newly single status, and several prominent business families had already made inquiries. One day, I said, turning back to my work, but right now, I'm exactly where I need to be. That evening, I stood at the hotel's rooftop bar, watching the sunset paint Shanghai's skyline in gold. A server brought me a glass of champagne, the same expensive brand Isabella had always insisted on drinking to prove her sophistication. My phone buzzed with a message from Lucy. Mrs. Zhang spotted trying to make dinner reservation, claimed she's still owner's mother-in-law, was escorted out. I smiled, sipping my champagne. Eleanor never did know when to admit defeat. Another message popped up, this one from my mother. Saw the latest numbers. Proud of you, darling. By the way, the Lee family's son is back from Harvard Business School. I turned off my phone. Mom never could resist playing matchmaker. The truth was, I didn't need a man to complete my story. I was Emma Chen, daughter of James Chen, trained since childhood to recognize true value, in properties, in people, and in myself. Eleanor had spent 3 years trying to tear down my confidence, never realizing she was up against a lifetime of preparation for leadership. Isabella had mocked my simple clothes, not understanding that true power doesn't need designer labels to prove its worth. And Joseph had chosen silence and comfort over standing up for what was right. In the end, that choice cost him everything. As I watched the city lights begin to twinkle on, I thought about Eleanor's favorite phrase, appearance is everything. She was wrong. Character is everything. Integrity is everything. The truth, no matter how long it takes to come out, is everything. My phone buzzed again, a photo from the management team at our Hong Kong property, showing their record-breaking occupancy numbers. Beat this. Shanghai, read the caption. I grinned, already planning improvements. Eleanor might have thought she was teaching me my place in the world, but she'd actually taught me something far more valuable. Never underestimate a woman who appears to have nothing. She might just own everything you think is yours. The end. P.S. 6 months later, Eleanor and Isabella were seen working as sales clerks at the discount mall. Apparently, their new manager is very strict about punctuality and proper behavior toward customers. Sometimes karma comes with a name tag and an employee discount.
I stared at the computer screen, my finger hovering over the mouse. 6 years. 6 years of saying no to vacations, driving a car held together by prayers and duct tape, eating ramen for dinner more nights than I care to count. All for this moment. My name is Rachel, and I'm 35 years old. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to get pregnant. The doctors threw around words like unexplained infertility and diminished ovarian reserve, like they were discussing the weather. But they also gave me hope. IVF. 1 round would cost $50,000. $50,000 we didn't have. So Braden and I made a plan. We'd sacrifice everything for 3 years to save that money. He picked up weekend shifts at the warehouse. I took on freelance bookkeeping work until my eyes burned. We moved my parents and sister into our house to help with expenses. Well, that was supposed to help with expenses. "Babe, you ready for this?" Braden called from the kitchen. "Almost," I called back, my voice steadier than my hands. The IVF clinic's payment portal loaded slowly, like it was savoring my anticipation. I'd called them yesterday to confirm everything was set for next week. Dr. Martinez had been optimistic about my chances. "Your hormone levels look good, Rachel. I think this could be it. This could be it." After years of negative pregnancy tests, after watching friends announce their second and third babies while I smiled and pretended it didn't feel like a knife twisting in my chest, this could finally be it. I clicked on our joint savings account, the one we'd nicknamed Baby Fund in our budget spreadsheet. The one that had grown so slowly, dollar by dollar, sacrifice by sacrifice. Balance, 0.0. I blinked. Refreshed the page. Still 0. "Braden!" my voice cracked. "Braden, get in here!" The sound of his footsteps stopped in the doorway. I didn't turn around. Couldn't. The screen still showed that impossible number. "Rachel, Where is it?" I whispered. "Where's our money?" Silence. The kind of silence that fills up a room and presses against your chest until you can't breathe. I finally turned around. Braden stood there, looking like he'd been caught stealing from a church collection plate. His face was pale, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. "Tell me this is some kind of bank error," I said. "Tell me you moved it to another account." He opened his mouth, closed it, ran a hand through his hair. The same gesture he'd made when he'd crashed my car 2 years ago, when he'd forgotten to pay the electric bill, and we'd sat in the dark for 3 days. "I can explain," he said. Those 3 words hit me like a physical blow, because you only say, "I can explain," when you've done something that needs explaining. Explain what, Braden? Explain where $50,000 disappeared to? Your parents, my parents, what? He looked everywhere except at me. At the ceiling, at the floor, at the family photo on the wall, where we all looked so happy. They said Zoe needed it more. The words didn't make sense at first. Like when someone speaks to you in a foreign language and your brain scrambles to translate. They said what? Your mom called last week. She said Zoe had this amazing opportunity, this business thing, and she needed startup money. She said you'd understand, that you'd want to help your sister. I stood up so fast the chair rolled backward and hit the wall. You gave our baby money to Zoe? It's not gone forever. She's going to pay it back once her business takes off. Your mom promised. Her business? I laughed, but it sounded more like a sob. What business? Last month she wanted to be a yoga instructor. Before that, it was selling essential oils. Before that, this is different. She's going to be an influencer, a lifestyle coach. Your mom showed me her business plan. You gave away our baby for Zoe's Instagram dreams? The front door slammed, and I heard my sister's voice echoing through the house. I'm home. Wait until you guys see what I bought today. Zoe bounced into the room carrying shopping bags, her phone already out and recording. She was always recording now, documenting her journey for her 73 followers. Oh, good. You're both here, she beamed at us. I wanted to thank you again for believing in me. The new equipment is going to change everything. I already booked my first brand photo shoot. She kept talking, but her words faded into white noise. I stared at her designer handbag, her fresh highlights, her perfectly manicured nails, all paid for with money that was supposed to give me a baby. Braden cleared his throat. Zoe, maybe now isn't...
Oh, and Mom wants to talk to you, Rachel. She's in the kitchen. I walked past them both without a word. My mother stood at the stove, stirring something that smelled like home and betrayal. There you are, sweetheart. I was hoping we could chat. About what, Mom? She turned around, and I saw it in her eyes immediately. The same look she'd given me when I was 12, and she donated my bike to charity without asking because Zoe needed the garage space for her art supplies.
I know you're probably feeling a little disappointed about the money situation. Disappointed? The word came out as a whisper. But honey, you have to understand. Zoe's at a crucial point in her career. This opportunity could set her up for life. And you and Braden, you're stable. You have good jobs, you have this house, you can save up again. Save up again? My voice was getting louder. Mom, I'm 35 years old. I don't have time to save up again.
Don't be so dramatic, Rachel. Plenty of women have babies in their 40s now. Dramatic. She called me dramatic for wanting to use my own money for my own dreams. Besides, she continued, maybe this is the universe telling you something. Maybe you should focus on being the best aunt you can be instead of...
I walked out. Didn't say another word. Just walked out of the kitchen, past Braden, who was still standing there looking helpless, past Zoe, who was now live streaming her gratitude practice in my living room. I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the edge of the tub. 6 years of sacrifice. 6 years of hope. Gone. Given away like it meant nothing. But as I sat there, something cold and sharp began forming in my chest. They thought I was the pushover, the responsible one who would just accept this and move on. They had no idea what I was capable of. I stayed in that bathroom for 20 minutes, listening to the sounds of my family going about their evening like they hadn't just destroyed my life. Zoe's voice drifted through the door as she filmed another video. Mom was still clattering around in the kitchen. Dad's evening news played in the living room. Normal. Everything was so goddamn normal. When I finally came out, Braden was sitting on our bed with his head in his hands. Rachel, please. Let me explain everything. I closed the door behind me and crossed my arms. Start talking. Your mom called me at work last Tuesday. She said it was urgent, that I needed to come over during my lunch break. And you went. Of course I went. She sounded panicked. He looked up at me with those puppy dog eyes that used to make me melt. When I got here, your whole family was waiting. Your dad, your mom, Zoe. They had this whole presentation ready. A presentation. Zoe had charts, Rachel. Actual charts showing her projected income from this influencer thing. Your mom had researched the industry, found success stories. Your dad talked about how this could set Zoe up for life, how she'd never have to struggle like we have. I sat down hard in the chair across from him. So you just agreed? No. I said no at first. I told them the money was for IVF, that we'd been saving for years. But then your mom started crying. Mom cried. She said she was so worried about Zoe's future. That Zoe had finally found her calling, but needed help getting started. She said you were strong, that you'd understand family comes first, that you'd want to help your little sister achieve her dreams. And you believed that? Braden's voice got smaller. Your dad pulled me aside. He said you'd been talking about maybe waiting another year anyway, that maybe we should make sure we're really ready for a baby. I never said that. I know that now. But in the moment, with all of them there, it felt like maybe they knew something I didn't. Like maybe this was the right thing to do. I stared at him. This man I'd been married to for 8 years. This man who was supposed to be my partner, my teammate, my person. So you transferred $50,000 without talking to me. I was going to tell you that night, but then you were so excited about calling the clinic, and I thought maybe I could figure out a way to get the money back first, or what, Braden? Or you'd magically make another $50,000 appear? I don't know. I wasn't thinking clearly. Your family, they're so persuasive. My phone rang. Mom's contact photo filled the screen. A picture from last Christmas where she was hugging Zoe while I stood awkwardly to the side. Answer it, I told Braden. Rachel, answer the damn phone and put it on speaker. He did. Hi, Margaret, he said weakly. Oh, good. You're both there. Rachel, honey, I wanted to make sure you're feeling better about everything. Better? I kept my voice level. About what exactly? About helping Zoe, of course. I know change can be hard for you, sweetheart, but this really is for the best. Zoe's already making connections. She met with a photographer today, and he thinks she has real potential. With whose money, Mom? A pause. Well, with the investment money, obviously. Rachel, you're not being selfish about this, are you? Selfish. There was that word again. I'm being selfish for wanting to use my own money for my own medical treatment. It's not just your money, honey. It's family money. And family means we help each other. Zoe's at a critical age for this kind of career. You have time. I'm 35, Mom. Exactly. You're established. You have a career, a house, a husband. Zoe's still finding her way. She needs our support. Our support? Or my money? Mom's voice got that edge it always got when I pushed back. Rachel Marie, I don't like your tone. We raised you better than this. You raised me to put everyone else's needs before my own. We raised you to care about family, to not be selfish when your sister needs help. And what about when I need help? You don't need help, Rachel. You're the strong one. You always have been. Zoe's more delicate, more sensitive. She needs us to believe in her. I looked at Braden, who was staring at the phone like it might explode. What about my dreams, Mom? Oh, honey, you'll have other chances. And think about it. Wouldn't you rather be the fun aunt than deal with all the stress of pregnancy and babies? You could travel, focus on your career. Some women just aren't meant to be mothers. The words hit me like a slap. Braden's eyes went wide. Some women aren't meant to be mothers? I didn't mean it like that. How did you mean it? I just meant that maybe this is the universe's way of telling you to focus on other things. You've always been so career-focused anyway. I've been career-focused because I needed money for IVF. Rachel, you're getting hysterical. This is exactly what I mean about you being dramatic. Zoe would never react this way. Zoe's never had her dreams stolen by her own family. Stolen. Rachel, we're talking about a loan. Zoe's going to pay it back with interest once her business takes off. When? When what? When is she going to pay it back? Give me a date. Silence. Mom? Well, these things take time to build. Give me a date. I can't give you an exact date, Rachel. Business doesn't work that way. I hung up. Braden was staring at me. Rachel, I'm so sorry. I had no idea they'd talk to you like that. Get out. What? Get out of this room. Get out of my sight. I can't look at you right now. Rachel, please. Get out. He left, closing the door softly behind him. I could hear him in the hallway, probably trying to decide whether to go downstairs and face my family or hide in the guest room. I sat there in the quiet, something cold and calculating settling in my chest. They thought I was the pushover, the responsible one, the one who would just take it and move on. They thought I was weak. They had no idea what I was capable of. The next morning, I called in sick to work and sent a group text. Family meeting, living room, 10 a.m. Everyone needs to be there. By 9:45, they were all gathered like I'd summoned them to court. Mom sat primly on the couch next to Dad, who kept checking his phone. Zoe sprawled in the armchair, still in her silk pajamas, looking annoyed that I'd interrupted her morning routine. Braden hovered near the doorway like he was planning his escape route. "Thank you all for coming," I said, standing in front of them. "I wanted to discuss the $50,000 that was taken from my account." "Taken is a strong word," Mom said. "We prefer redirected for family purposes." "I don't care what you prefer to call it. I want to understand exactly what happened and what the plan is moving forward." Zoe rolled her eyes. "Rachel, you're being so dramatic about this. It's not like the money disappeared. I'm investing it in my future. Tell me about this investment." "Okay, so the influencer space is totally saturated right now, right? But lifestyle coaching is where the real money is. People want authentic guidance from someone who's actually living their best life. And you're living your best life? I'm going to be. That's the whole point. I bought a new MacBook Pro for content creation, professional lighting equipment, and I booked this amazing retreat in Sedona, where I'll learn advanced coaching techniques. How much did all that cost? $8,000? But it's an investment, Rachel. You have to spend money to make money. So you've spent $8,000 in 1 week. On essential business expenses, yes. I turned to my parents. "And you both approved this?" Dad cleared his throat. "We think Zoe has real potential in this field." "Based on what?" "Based on her personality," Mom said. "She's always been charismatic, good with people. She has that special something that draws people in. She has 73 Instagram followers." "Everyone starts somewhere," Zoe snapped. "At least I'm trying to build something instead of just complaining about my life." "Complaining about my life?" "Yeah, Rachel. You're always so negative. Always talking about what you can't have instead of appreciating what you do have. It's exhausting." I looked around the room. "What do I have, Zoe?" "You have a house, a husband, a stable job." "I have a house that I inherited from my godmother, a husband who gives away my money without asking, and a job that I've been working extra hours at for 3 years to save for something that apparently doesn't matter to any of you." "Of course it matters," Mom said. "But honey, you have to be realistic. IVF doesn't always work. What if you spend all that money and still don't get pregnant? At least with Zoe's business, we know she'll be set up for success." "We know that?" "I have a business plan," Zoe said, pulling out her phone. "Want to see my projected earnings?" "Sure." She swiped through some screenshots. "So by month 6, I should have 5,000 followers. By month 12, I'll be doing sponsored posts and selling my coaching packages. I could be making 6 figures by year 2. Could be. Will be. I'm manifesting it. You're manifesting it." "Rachel, your tone is really negative right now," Mom said. "This is exactly the kind of energy that blocks abundance." I turned to Braden. "Do you have anything to add to this?" He shifted uncomfortably. I think maybe we should talk about a timeline for paying the money back." "Finally," I said. "Someone with sense. Zoe, when will you pay back the $50,000? "Well, like I said, these things take time to build. Give me a number. 6 months? A year? 5 years? I can't put a timeline on success, Rachel. That's not how entrepreneurship works. So never." "That's not what I said. You said you can't give me a timeline. That means Never.
You're twisting my words. I walked over to the window and looked out at the yard. The same yard where Zoe and I had played as kids, back when I thought family meant people who protected each other. I want everyone out of my house. Silence. What? Mom said. I want all of you out of my house. Today. Rachel, you can't be serious, Dad said. I'm completely serious. This is our home too, Mom said. We've been living here for 2 years.
You've been living in my house for 2 years. The house my godmother left to me. The house that's in my name only. Braden stepped forward. Rachel, let's talk about this privately. No. I'm done talking privately. I'm done being the reasonable one. I'm done putting everyone else's needs before my own. You can't just kick us out, Zoe said. Where are we supposed to go? I don't know. Figure it out. Use some of that entrepreneurial spirit. Rachel Marie, Mom's voice was sharp now. You stop this right now. We're family. Family doesn't steal from each other. We didn't steal anything. We made a family decision. You made a decision about my money without including me. That's theft. It's a loan. From who? Did anyone sign anything? Are there terms? Interest rates? Payment schedules? More silence. That's what I thought. I walked toward the stairs, then stopped. Oh, and Zoe? Stop filming your videos in my living room. I don't want my house associated with your brand. You can't stop me from... Actually, I can. It's my house. I went upstairs and called my friend Jessie. She'd been my roommate in college before she went to law school, and now she handled real estate law. Jessie, it's Rachel. I need to ask you about eviction procedures. Eviction? What's going on? My family stole $50,000 from me, and now I want them out of my house. Jesus, Rachel, are you serious? Dead serious. Okay, let me ask you some questions. Is your name the only one on the deed? Yes. Do any of them pay rent? No. Do you have any written agreements with them about living there? No. Then legally, they're guests who've overstayed their welcome. I can draft an eviction notice, but Rachel, are you sure about this? Once you go down this road, I'm sure. Okay, I'll have something ready by this afternoon. I hung up and walked to my bedroom window. Down in the yard, I could see my family huddled together, probably planning their next move. Mom was gesturing wildly. Zoe was crying. Dad was just standing there looking lost. Braden was nowhere to be seen. My phone buzzed with a text from Zoe. Going live in 5 to talk about toxic family dynamics and setting boundaries. Thanks for the content. I smiled for the first time in days. They really had no idea what they'd started. I spent the afternoon in my home office, gathering everything I needed. Bank statements, property documents, insurance papers. Every piece of evidence that proved this house was mine and mine alone. My phone kept buzzing with texts from my family, but I ignored them all. Instead, I called my best friend Tessa. Rachel, I was just thinking about you. How's the IVF prep going? It's not. What do you mean? I told her everything. The missing money, the family meeting, Zoe's business plan, Mom's phone call. By the end, Tessa was cursing like a sailor. Those absolute pieces of shit. Rachel, I'm so sorry. I'm kicking them out. Good. You should have done it years ago. Remember when Zoe borrowed your car and returned it with a dent she never mentioned? Or when Mom gave away my grandmother's jewelry to Zoe because she'd appreciate it more? Exactly. This is just the latest in a long line of them treating you like garbage. Jessie's drawing up eviction papers. Jessie's good. She'll make sure everything's airtight. What about Braden? I was quiet for a moment. I don't know yet. Rachel, he gave away your baby fund. Your baby fund. Without talking to you. I know. Do you, though? Because you sound like you're making excuses for him already. Before I could answer, there was a knock on my office door. Rachel? Braden's voice. Can we please talk? I have to go, I told Tessa. I'll call you later. Don't let him manipulate you. I opened the door. Braden stood there holding a folder and looking like he hadn't slept. What's that? I went to the bank. I got all the transaction records, everything in writing. He held up a piece of paper. I made Zoe sign a promissory note. I took the paper. It was handwritten on notebook paper, but it was there. I, Zoe Watson, promised to pay back $50,000 to Rachel Watson within 12 months. Signed, Zoe Watson. She actually signed this? It took some convincing. Your mom was furious, said I was being ridiculous. But I told them if Zoe was serious about paying it back, she wouldn't mind putting it in writing. And Zoe threw a fit, said I was being toxic and unsupportive of her dreams. But she eventually signed it. I stared at the paper. Zoe's signature was there, but something about it looked off. Braden, this isn't legally binding. It's not notarized. There's no interest rate, no payment schedule. I know it's not perfect, but it's something. It shows intent. It shows that you're still trying to fix this without actually fixing it. What do you mean? I mean, you gave away $50,000, and now you think a piece of notebook paper makes it okay. I'm trying to make this right by getting Zoe to sign a meaningless IOU. Where's the money, Braden? Where's the actual $50,000? He was quiet. That's what I thought. Rachel, please. I know I screwed up. I know I should have talked to you first. But your family? They made it sound like what? Like I didn't matter? Like my dreams didn't matter? No. Like this was what you'd want if you really thought about it. And you believed that? I wanted to believe it. I wanted to believe that there was a way to make everyone happy. I sat down at my desk and pulled up Zoe's Instagram on my computer. Her latest post was a video of her crying in her car. Look at this, I said, turning the screen toward Braden. Zoe's voice came through the speakers. So I'm dealing with some really toxic family dynamics right now. Sometimes the people closest to you are the ones who try to tear you down when you're trying to level up. It's so hard when your own sister doesn't support your dreams. The comments were already rolling in. Stay strong, Queen. Toxic family is the worst. You don't need that negativity. She's making me the villain, I said. Rachel, she's just upset. She's got my $50,000, and she's making me the villain. I scrolled down to her previous posts. Photos from her shopping trip, her new equipment, screenshots of her business plan. In one video, she was sitting in my living room, talking about investing in yourself and betting on your dreams. She's using my house as her backdrop while spending my money and calling me toxic. I'll talk to her. No. I closed the laptop. You've done enough talking. What does that mean? It means I'm handling this myself from now on. Rachel, we're married. We're supposed to handle things together. We were supposed to handle the IVF fund together too. How did that work out? He flinched. That's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? I stood up. Fair would have been you saying no when my family asked you to give away our money. Fair would have been you calling me before you transferred $50,000. Fair would have been you standing up for me instead of letting my mother call me selfish and dramatic. I'm standing up for you now. With a piece of notebook paper that isn't worth the ink it's written on. Then what do you want me to do? I looked at him. This man I'd married, who I'd trusted with everything, who'd let my family walk all over both of us because he wanted to be liked. I want you to get out of my office so I can work. Work on what? On protecting myself since apparently no one else will. He started to say something, then stopped. I love you, Rachel. I know you do, but love isn't enough anymore. After he left, I called Jessie back. How are those eviction papers coming? Almost done. But Rachel, I have to ask, are you including Braden in this? I don't know yet. Well, you need to decide. If he's on any of the utility bills or has been receiving mail there for more than 30 days, it gets complicated. He's my husband. I know. But he's also the one who gave away your money. Legally, you have grounds for divorce based on financial infidelity. Divorce. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you could. And if you're going to clean house, you might want to clean all of it. After I hung up, I sat there staring at Braden's promissory note. $50,000, 12 months, signed by someone who'd never held a job for more than 6 months in her life. My phone buzzed with another text from Zoe. Mom says you're trying to kick us out? That's literally illegal. You can't just evict family. I smiled and typed back, "Watch me." Then I blocked her number. My decision was made. If they wanted to play games, I'd show them what a real player looked like. The next morning, I drove to the bank before anyone else was awake. I needed to see everything in black and white. No more family spin or Braden's guilty explanations. I need copies of all transactions from this account for the past month, I told the teller, sliding over my ID and account information. 20 minutes later, I sat in my car staring at the papers. There it was. One wire transfer for $50,000 to Zoe's account. Authorized by Braden using his access to our joint account. The memo line read, "Family investment loan." Family investment loan. Like it was some kind of business transaction instead of theft. I drove straight to Jessie's office. "Rachel, you look terrible," she said, ushering me into her conference room. "I feel terrible, but I also feel clear about what I need to do." I spread the bank documents across her table. "I want divorce papers drawn up along with the eviction notices." "Are you sure? This is a big step." "I'm sure. Look at this." I pointed to the transaction. He didn't just give away our money. He documented it as a family investment loan. He was planning to hide this from me. This actually helps us. It shows premeditation. And since it's a joint account, you can argue he exceeded his authority by making such a large transfer without your consent. How long will the divorce take? Depends on whether he contests it. Do you have a prenup? Yes. The house stays with me, along with anything I inherited from my godmother. Smart. What about Braden's name on any of the household accounts? Just the joint savings account, which is now empty anyway. Good. I'll have everything ready by tomorrow morning. I left Jessie's office and drove home. But instead of going inside, I sat in my car and called Tessa. "How are you holding up?" "I'm about to serve my entire family with eviction notices and divorce papers." "Holy shit. Good for you. What changed your mind about Braden?" "I saw the bank records. He labeled the transfer as a family investment loan. He was planning to hide it from me, Tessa. This wasn't some moment of weakness. He thought about it, planned it, and did it anyway." "What a piece of shit. I never liked him." "You never told me that. Because you loved him. But he's always been weak, Rachel. Remember when your mom convinced him to cancel your anniversary dinner because Zoe was having a crisis about some guy?" I did remember. We'd had reservations at this expensive restaurant for months, and Mom called crying because Zoe was heartbroken. Braden immediately offered to cancel so we could go comfort her. The crisis turned out to be that some guy hadn't texted her back for 3 hours. I should have seen the pattern. You're seeing it now. That's what matters. After I hung up, I finally went inside. The house was quiet, but I could hear voices coming from the kitchen. I crept closer and listened. "She can't actually kick us out," Mom was saying. "We've been living here for 2 years. We have rights." "Do we, though?" Dad's voice. "It's her house. It's the family house. Her godmother meant for it to be for all of us." "Did she?" Zoe's voice. "Because I remember Aunt Linda specifically saying she was leaving it to Rachel because Rachel was the responsible one." "Zoe, don't start. I'm just saying, maybe we should have thought about that before we took her money." "We didn't take anything. We redirected family resources for a family investment." "Mom, I spent $8,000 in 1 week. My coaching retreat got canceled because the instructor was a fraud. The photographer I hired turned out to be some creep who just wanted to sleep with me. This isn't going well. My heart actually skipped a beat. The business was already failing. It's just a rough start, Mom said. These things take time. How much time? Because Rachel wants her money back in 12 months. And at this rate, I'll be lucky if I have 12 followers by then. Don't be so negative, sweetheart. You just need to pivot your strategy. With what money? I've already spent most of what Rachel gave me. Most of it? Dad's voice was sharp. Zoe, how much is left? Silence. Zoe, answer your father. Like, 37,000? But I have expenses. I need to pay for my website, my business coach, You spent $13,000 in 1 week? Dad sounded horrified. It's an investment. In what? You just said half of it was wasted on frauds and creeps. I'm figuring it out as I go. That's what entrepreneurs do. Entrepreneurs don't blow through other people's money like it's monopoly money. Whose side are you on, Dad? I'm on the side of not being homeless. If Rachel kicks us out, where are we going to go? We sold our condo to help with expenses when we moved in here. Wait, they sold their condo? I'd thought they were just staying here temporarily to save money. They'd actually given up their own place? She won't really kick us out, Mom said. She's just upset. Once she calms down, she'll see reason. What if she doesn't? Dad asked. Then we'll figure something out. We always do. With what money, Margaret? We're living on Social Security and whatever odd jobs I can pick up. We can't afford rent anywhere. Maybe Rachel will let us buy the house from her, Zoe suggested. Like a family sale. With what money? Dad repeated. The money we just gave you? I could pay her back faster if I didn't have to worry about rent. You could pay her back faster if you stopped spending money on nonsense. Their voices were getting louder. I backed away from the kitchen and went upstairs to my office. So they'd sold their condo. They had no backup plan. And Zoe had already blown through a quarter of my money with nothing to show for it. I opened my laptop and started researching. I wanted to know exactly what Zoe had spent my money on. Her Instagram post from the past week told the story. Expensive equipment she didn't know how to use, a business coach who charged $3,000 for a weekend seminar, professional photos that looked like they were taken in someone's backyard. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Hey Rachel, this is Gage, Zoe's boyfriend. Can we talk? I think there's some stuff you should know about what Zoe's been doing with your money. I stared at the message. Zoe's boyfriend wanted to talk to me? The same boyfriend who'd been cheering her on in all her Instagram posts? I texted back, what kind of stuff? The kind that would make you want your money back even faster. Can you meet me for coffee? I don't want to do this over text. I looked out my window at my family's cars in the driveway. They thought they had time to figure this out. They thought I'd eventually cave and let them stay. They were about to learn how wrong they were. Sure, I texted back. When and where? I met Gage at a coffee shop across town, somewhere my family would never think to look for me. He was already there when I arrived, looking nervous and checking his phone every few seconds. Rachel, thanks for meeting me, he said, standing up awkwardly. I wasn't sure you'd come. What did you want to tell me? He glanced around like he was worried someone might overhear. Look, I care about Zoe, but what she's doing with your money, it's not what she told your family. What do you mean? She's not building a business. She's basically just shopping and calling it brand building. Yesterday she spent $2,000 on clothes because she said she needed a cohesive aesthetic for her content. $2,000 on clothes? Designer stuff. She said influencers have to look successful to attract followers. But Rachel? She's got like 90 followers, and half of them are bots she bought. She bought followers? $300 for 1,000 fake followers. But Instagram's algorithm caught it and deleted most of them, so now she's back down to almost nothing. I pulled out my phone and checked Zoe's Instagram. 87 followers. There's more, Gage continued. That business coach she hired? I looked him up. He's been sued twice for fraud. The retreat that got canceled? She knew it was sketchy, but booked it anyway because it was cheaper than the legitimate ones. How much money does she have left? Maybe 30,000? But she's got a shopping addiction, Rachel. She can't stop spending. Yesterday she bought a $1,500 camera because some YouTuber said it was essential for content creation. She doesn't even know how to use it. Why are you telling me this?
Gage looked uncomfortable. Because I asked her to pay me back some money I lent her last month, and she said she couldn't because she needed to invest in her future. But then I saw her spending thousands on stuff she doesn't need. It made me realize what she's probably doing to you. How much does she owe you? 500. It's not about the money, it's about the principle. She's treating everyone's money like it's hers to waste. My phone buzzed with a text from Jessie. Papers are ready. When do you want to serve them? I texted back. This afternoon. There's something else, Gage said. She's been talking about moving out of your house anyway. She wants to get an apartment in the trendy part of town for her brand image. She's been looking at places that cost $3,000 a month. With what income?
That's what I asked her. She said once her business takes off, money won't be an issue. But Rachel, she has no business plan. No real strategy. She's just spending money and hoping something works. I stood up. Gage, thank you for telling me this. Are you going to confront her? I'm going to do more than that. I drove straight to Jessie's office and picked up the papers. Eviction notices for Mom, Dad, and Zoe. Divorce papers for Braden. Everything was official, legal, and final. When I got home, all 4 of them were in the living room. Zoe was filming another video, this time about overcoming family toxicity. Mom and Dad were watching, nodding along like she was giving a TED Talk. Braden sat apart from them, looking miserable. Can I have everyone's attention? I said. Zoe kept filming. Actually, I'm in the middle of something important. Turn off the camera, Zoe. I don't have to. Turn it off or I'll turn it off for you. She rolled her eyes but stopped recording. God, you're so controlling. I have some papers to give you all. I started with Mom and Dad, handing them their eviction notices. You have 30 days to find somewhere else to live. Rachel, you can't be serious, Mom said, scanning the document. I'm completely serious. I handed Zoe her notice next. 30 days. This is illegal. You can't just kick out family. Actually, I can. You're not on the lease because there is no lease. You're guests who have overstayed their welcome. Finally, I turned to Braden. And these are for you. His face went white when he saw the divorce papers. Rachel, please. You gave away $50,000 without my permission. You documented it as a loan to hide it from me. You chose my family over our marriage. I made a mistake. You made a choice. Now I'm making mine. We can fix this, Mom said, standing up. We're family. Families work through problems. Families don't steal from each other. We didn't steal. Zoe's going to pay it back. With what money? She's already spent $13,000 in 1 week on clothes, fake followers, and fraudulent business coaches. Zoe's face went red. How do you know about your shopping sprees? Your fake followers? Your $1,500 camera that you don't know how to use? You've been spying on me. I've been talking to people who care about the truth. Unlike my family. Rachel, let's all calm down, Dad said. We can figure this out. There's nothing to figure out. You all made your choices. Now you get to live with the consequences. Where are we supposed to go? Mom asked. We sold our condo to help with expenses when we moved in here. That's not my problem. Rachel. Braden stood up. This isn't you. You're not cruel. I'm not being cruel. I'm being fair. For the first time in my life, I'm putting my needs first. What about our marriage? What about everything we've built together? What have we built, Braden? A relationship where you give away my money to keep my family happy? Where my dreams come second to everyone else's wants. I can change. You had the chance to change when my family asked you to betray me. You chose them. Zoe was crying now, but it was angry crying. This is all because I'm successful and you're jealous. Successful? You have 87 followers, and you've blown through $13,000 with nothing to show for it. I'm building something. You wouldn't understand because you've never taken a risk in your life. I took a risk. I trusted my family. Look how that worked out. Girls, please, Dad said. We're family. No, I said. Family protects each other. Family doesn't steal from each other. Family doesn't choose favorites. You stopped being my family the moment you decided my dreams didn't matter. I headed for the stairs, then turned back. Oh, and Zoe? Stop filming content in my house. I don't want my property associated with your brand. You can't stop me from... Actually, I can. It's my house. And in 30 days, you won't be living here anymore. As I walked upstairs, I could hear them talking frantically behind me. Planning, scheming, trying to figure out how to change my mind. They still didn't understand. This wasn't a negotiation. This was justice. The next 2 weeks were chaos. My family tried everything. Tears, anger, bargaining, threats. Mom called me 17 times the first day alone. I blocked her number after the 5th voicemail where she called me heartless and selfish. Dad showed up at my work, hat in hand, looking like a kicked dog. Rachel, sweetheart, please. Your mother and I, we don't have anywhere to go. You should have thought about that before you gave away my money. We were trying to help Zoe. You were trying to help Zoe with my money, without asking me. Can't we work something out? Maybe we could pay rent? With what money, Dad? You're living on Social Security and Mom's part-time job at the craft store. He didn't have an answer for that. Braden was the worst. He refused to sign the divorce papers and kept leaving flowers outside my office door with notes like, "I love you, and please give me another chance." I threw them all away. But it was Zoe who really lost her mind. She made a TikTok video that went viral, not in the way she wanted. She filmed herself crying in her car, talking about how her toxic sister was trying to destroy her dreams out of jealousy. My sister is literally trying to make me homeless because she can't stand that I'm building something amazing, she sobbed into her phone. She's always been jealous of me, and now she's using her privilege to tear me down. The comment section was brutal. Wait, didn't you take her IVF money? So your sister saved for years and you spent it on designer clothes? This is giving major entitled little sister vibes. Girl, you stole $50K and you're calling her toxic? Someone had screenshotted her Instagram post showing all her expensive purchases and put them side by side with her sob story. The internet did what the internet does. They investigated. Within hours, people had found the fake followers she'd bought, the fraudulent business coach, the designer shopping sprees. Someone even found the canceled retreat and posted reviews from other people who'd been scammed. Zoe Watson, scam alert, started trending on Twitter. Tessa called me, laughing so hard she could barely speak. Rachel, have you seen this? Your sister is getting absolutely destroyed online. I saw. There's a whole Reddit thread about her now. People are calling her the poster child for entitled influencer wannabes. I pulled up the Reddit thread. Thousands of comments, all tearing apart Zoe's story. Someone had even found her old Instagram posts, where she'd bragged about borrowing money from family members for previous failed business ventures. Look at this one, Tessa said. Someone wrote, "Imagine stealing your sister's baby money and then playing victim when she kicks you out. The audacity is astronomical." My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Rachel? It's me. Zoe's voice, small and defeated. Can we talk? About what? About fixing this. The internet is being so mean to me. People are saying horrible things. People are telling the truth. It's not that simple. You don't understand what it's like to have dreams. I had dreams too, Zoe. You took them. I was going to pay you back. With what money? You've spent almost $20,000 in 2 weeks. Silence. How much is left, Zoe?
I can get more. Gage said he might be able to help. Gage broke up with you. What? How do you... He texted me. Said he couldn't be with someone who steals from family and then plays victim online. I could hear her crying. Rachel, please. I'm sorry. I know I messed up. But I can fix this. I can get a job, pay you back slowly. You've never held a job for more than 3 months. I can change. I'll do anything. Just please don't make me homeless.
You're not going to be homeless. You're going to figure out your life like an adult. But where will I go? That's not my problem anymore. I hung up. An hour later, Mom called from Dad's phone. Rachel, you need to fix this. Zoe's having a breakdown. She's talking about hurting herself. Then get her professional help. We can't afford... You could afford it if you hadn't given away $50,000. Rachel, she's your sister. She was my sister. Sisters don't steal from each other. Please, just let us stay until we figure something out. You have 2 weeks left. I suggest you use them wisely. The next day, Jesse called with an update. Braden's lawyer contacted me. He wants to contest the divorce. On what grounds? He's claiming emotional distress and temporary insanity. Says your family manipulated him. Can he do that?
He can try. But we have the bank records showing he labeled it as a family investment loan. That proves premeditation. Plus, your prenup is solid. How long will this drag out? A few months, maybe. But Rachel, there's something else. I got a call from your parents' lawyer. They hired a lawyer? They're claiming squatters' rights. Since they've been living there for 2 years, they think they have legal standing to stay. Do they? Not in this state, and not when they never paid rent or had a lease. But they're going to try. Let them try. That evening, I came home to find a moving truck in my driveway. For a moment, I thought they were actually leaving. Then I saw Zoe directing movers to take furniture out of the house. What the hell are you doing? Taking my stuff, she said without looking at me. That's not your stuff. That's my furniture. Mom said I could have the dining room set, and the couch, and
Mom doesn't get to give away my furniture. It's family furniture. We all use it. I called the police. 20 minutes later, 2 officers were explaining to my family that they couldn't take furniture that didn't belong to them. But we've been living here for 2 years, Mom protested. We have rights. Ma'am, if your name isn't on the deed and you don't have a lease, you don't have rights to the furniture. Zoe was filming the whole thing, of course. This is harassment. She's using the police to intimidate us. One of the officers looked at her phone. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to stop recording. It's a public space. It's private property, and the owner is asking you to stop. After the police left, my family huddled in the living room like they were planning a war. I didn't care anymore. In 2 weeks, they'd be gone, and I'd finally have my house back. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Saw the news about your sister online. If you need someone to talk to, I'm here. Dr. Martinez. My IVF doctor. She'd seen the viral videos. I stared at the message for a long time before typing back, "Thank you. I'm not ready yet, but maybe someday." "Take all the time you need," she replied. "Your dreams matter too." For the first time in weeks, I smiled. Moving day arrived with a thunderstorm. I watched from my bedroom window as my family loaded their belongings into a rented U-Haul, getting soaked in the process. Mom kept looking up at my window, probably hoping I'd come down and stop this. I didn't. Dad struggled with a heavy box, his arthritis clearly bothering him. For a moment, I felt a pang of guilt. Then I remembered the bank statement showing $50,000 gone, and the feeling passed. My doorbell rang. I ignored it. It rang again, then again. "Rachel!"
Braden's voice through the door. "I know you're in there. Please, just give me 5 minutes." I opened the door but didn't invite him in. He stood there dripping wet, holding an envelope. I signed the papers. I took the envelope. The divorce papers, signed and notarized. Why now? Because I finally talked to someone who made me understand what I did to you. Who? My sister. I called her last night. Told her everything. She said if her husband had given away their baby fund without asking, she'd have divorced him too. Your sister's always been smarter than you. He almost smiled at that. She also said something else. She said a real man protects his wife's dreams. He doesn't sacrifice them to make other people happy. She's right. I know. I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm sorry I was weak. I'm sorry I chose your family's approval over your trust. I'm sorry I cost you your dream. It's too late for sorry. I know. But I wanted you to know that I understand now. What I did was unforgivable. He turned to leave, then stopped. For what it's worth, I hope you get your baby someday. You'd be an amazing mother. After he left, I watched the U-Haul pull away. Mom sat in the passenger seat, still staring up at my window. Dad drove slowly, like he was hoping the truck would break down and force them to stay. Zoe followed in her car, talking on her phone. Probably to whatever new boyfriend she'd found to leech off of. My phone rang. Tessa. How are you feeling? Empty. But good empty, if that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. You cleaned house. Literally. Jesse called this morning. There's more money coming. What do you mean? My godmother had a trust fund I didn't know about. It was set up to transfer to me when I turned 35. Apparently the lawyers have been trying to reach me for months, but the paperwork was going to my old address. How much? $200,000. Tessa screamed so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. Rachel, that's enough for IVF and then some. I know, but I'm not ready yet. I need time to heal first. That's smart, but when you are ready, you'll be able to do it on your own terms. That evening, I walked through my house. It felt bigger somehow, like it could finally breathe. I sat in my living room, and opened my laptop. Zoe's latest video had 3,000 views, but the comments were still brutal. Someone had created a GoFundMe to help Rachel get her IVF money back, but I'd asked them to take it down. I didn't need charity. I had something better. I had justice. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Rachel, this is Margaret. I know you don't want to hear from me, but I need you to know something. We found an apartment, a small one. Your father and I are okay. But Zoe, she's struggling. She's staying with friends, couch surfing. I'm worried about her. I stared at the message for a long time before typing back. She made her choices. Now she gets to live with them. She's your sister. She was my sister. Sisters don't steal from each other. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive her? Can you find $50,000 to pay me back? She didn't respond. The next morning, I got a call from Dr. Martinez. Rachel, I wanted to check in. How are you doing? Better, much better. I'm glad to hear that. When you're ready to try again, we'll be here. Actually, I have a question. If I wanted to do IVF as a single woman, would that change anything? Not medically, no. You just need to choose a sperm donor. Are you considering that route? Maybe. I'm learning that I don't need other people to make my dreams come true. That's a very healthy perspective. After I hung up, I walked out to my backyard. The storm had cleared, and everything looked washed clean. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. The trust fund money had been deposited. $200,000, enough for multiple rounds of IVF if needed, enough to renovate the house, enough to take that vacation I'd been putting off for years, enough to build the life I wanted on my own terms. I called Tessa.
Want to go to dinner tonight? Somewhere expensive. My treat. Are we celebrating? We're celebrating me finally putting myself first. It's about damn time. That night, as I got ready for dinner, I caught my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I looked different, lighter somehow, like I'd been carrying a weight I didn't even realize was there. My phone buzzed with one last text from Zoe. I hope you're happy now. I looked around my quiet, peaceful house. My sanctuary, my space to heal and dream and build whatever future I wanted. I typed back, I am. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't the one whose dreams were forgotten. I was the one making them come true.
The eviction notice arrived on a Tuesday, addressed to my parents. I stared at the crisp white envelope through my apartment door's peephole, watching the mailman disappear down the hallway. My hands shook as I set it on the kitchen counter, unopened. Not yet. My name is Marlene, and I'm about to tell you how I became the villain in my own family's story. Or maybe I was always the villain and I just finally decided to own it. Marlene, thank God you picked up. My mother's voice crackled through my phone speaker as I limped back to the couch, my left leg still stiff from the accident 3 months ago. We need to talk about Daisy. Of course we did. We always needed to talk about Daisy. What happened now, Mom? She's in trouble, real trouble this time. The business loan, the credit cards, that investment in the retreat center that fell through. It's all coming due at once. I closed my eyes, already knowing where this conversation was heading. How much? 147,000. The number hit me like a physical blow. I'd been expecting maybe 20, 30,000. Not this. Marlene, are you there? I'm here. My voice came out flat. When does she need it? By Friday. The lawyers are already involved, and if she doesn't pay, her brand dies. I know. I'd heard this song before, just never with this many zeros. You're the only one who can help her. Your father and I were already stretched thin with the house payments, and I'll figure it out. The relief in her voice was audible. Oh, sweetheart, you're such a blessing. Daisy will be so grateful. We all will. But I knew better. Gratitude from my family had an expiration date of about 2 weeks. After hanging up, I stared at my laptop screen, scrolling through my savings account. The inheritance from Aunt Ruth sat there like a safety net I was about to set on fire. Again. My phone buzzed with a text from Daisy. Mom told me you're helping. You're literally saving my life right now. Love you so much. 3 heart eye emojis and a promise to totally pay me back soon followed. I'd heard that promise before, too. The next morning, I sat in the bank manager's office signing papers that would drain most of my inheritance. The same inheritance I'd used 6 months earlier to secretly buy this apartment, the apartment my parents thought I was barely affording to rent. This is a substantial withdrawal, Ms. King, the manager said, sliding the cashier's check across his desk. Are you sure about this? I thought about Daisy's Instagram post from last night. A photo of her crying into her green smoothie with the caption, "When life gets overwhelming, but you remember your family has your back." Blessed Warmark family, first never give up, 200,000 likes and counting. I'm sure. That Friday, I handed Daisy the check at our parents' house. She hugged me so tight I could smell her expensive perfume, the kind that cost more than my monthly grocery budget. You literally just saved my entire career. She whispered, I'm going to make this up to you, I promise. Dad clapped me on the shoulder. That's our Marlene, always the responsible one. Mom beamed. We raised you girls right. Family takes care of family. I wanted to ask who was taking care of me, but I already knew the answer. I was taking care of me. I'd always been taking care of me. Just promise me you'll be more careful with money going forward, I said to Daisy. She nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. This was a wake-up call. I'm going to be so much smarter about everything. 3 weeks later, she posted photos from her gratitude retreat in Bali. The caption read, Sometimes you have to invest in yourself to grow Sakaric self-care / grateful not living my best life. I stared at the post from my couch, ice pack pressed against my lower back after another 12-hour day at the accounting firm. The comments were full of people praising her courage and authenticity, not one mention of where the money for her fresh start had come from. That's when I started planning. Not revenge exactly, just insurance. I pulled out my phone and called Cade, the lawyer who'd helped me with the apartment purchase. I need to discuss some tenant rights, I said, glancing at that unopened eviction notice still sitting on my counter. What kind of tenant rights? I smiled for the first time in weeks. The kind that protect property owners from ungrateful tenants. 6 months after I handed Daisy that check, she was everywhere. Magazine covers, podcast interviews, a book deal worth more than I made in 2 years. The Daisy Bloom method was trending on every platform. Look at this. Mom thrust her phone in my face during Sunday dinner. Daisy made Forbes 30 under 30 list. I glanced at the article while cutting my overcooked chicken. There was my sister, glowing in a white blazer, talking about authentic wellness and building an empire from nothing. From nothing, right? She's doing a morning show appearance next week, Dad said, scrolling through his own phone. National television. Our little girl. That's great, I said, forcing a smile. Really great. Daisy beamed from across the table. The producer said my story is so inspiring, how I overcame financial struggles to build something meaningful. I nearly choked on my water. Financial struggles? You know, that rough patch last year, when everything felt impossible. She reached over and squeezed my hand. I'm so grateful for the support system I had. It really taught me the value of family. Mom's eyes actually teared up. We're so proud of you, sweetheart. The conversation moved on to Daisy's upcoming retreat in Costa Rica, her new skincare line, her collaboration with a major athletic wear brand. I sat there, invisible as always, calculating how much money was flowing through her accounts while I worked 60-hour weeks just to stay afloat. After dinner, I helped Mom with dishes while Daisy and Dad planned her media strategy in the living room. You know, Mom said, scrubbing a wine glass, you should think about what you want to do with your life. I have a career, Mom. I'm an accountant. I mean something meaningful, like Daisy. She's really making a difference in people's lives. I dried the glass carefully, fighting the urge to throw it against the wall. Right, of course. Maybe you could work for her. She's going to need financial help managing all this success. The irony was so thick I could taste it. I'll think about it. That night, I sat in my apartment that they still thought I was renting, and opened my laptop. The inheritance from Aunt Ruth had been substantial, more than anyone in my family realized. While they'd been focused on Daisy's crisis, I'd quietly made the smartest financial decision of my life. I pulled up the property deed, my name printed clearly at the top, Marlene King, sole owner. The mortgage was paid in full, the apartment was mine, and I'd been letting my parents think I was struggling to make rent. My phone buzzed with a text from my best friend Hazel. Saw Daisy's Forbes thing. How are you holding up? Living the dream, I typed back. Want to grab drinks tomorrow? You sound like you need them. Can't. Working late again. Marlene, you're going to burn out. When's the last time you did something for yourself? I stared at the question, trying to remember. When had I last bought something I wanted instead of needed? When had I last taken a vacation? When had I last felt like my life belonged to me? I'm fine, I lied. The next few months blurred together. More magazine features for Daisy, more late nights for me. She launched a podcast called Blooming into Abundance that hit #1 in the wellness category. The episode about overcoming financial trauma got 2 million downloads. I listened to it during my lunch break, sitting in my car outside the office. There was this moment, Daisy's voice flowed through my earbuds, where I had to face the reality that I'd made some poor financial choices. But instead of letting shame consume me, I chose to see it as a growth opportunity. The host made sympathetic noises. That takes such courage. It really does, and having a strong support system was everything. My family never made me feel judged or ashamed. They just showed up with love and practical help. Practical help, that's what they called it. The universe has a way of providing exactly what you need when you need it, Daisy continued. I truly believe that. I turned off the podcast and called Hazel. I need to tell you something, I said when she picked up. Finally, what's going on? I own my apartment. Bought it outright 6 months ago with Aunt Ruth's inheritance. Silence, then. Wait. What? But you said you were barely making rent. I never said that. Everyone just assumed. Marlene, why didn't you tell them? I watched a delivery truck struggle to parallel park across the street, because the second they know I have money, it stops being mine. That's actually pretty smart and kind of devious. I'm learning. 3 weeks later, I was driving home from my second job when the semi ran the red light. The last thing I remember was the sound of metal crushing metal, and then everything went black. I woke up in the hospital with a concussion, 3 broken ribs, and a shattered left leg that would need months of physical therapy. The first person I called was Hazel. The second was my boss to tell him I wouldn't be coming in for a while. The third call was to my parents. Oh my God, sweetheart, are you okay? Mom's voice was full of concern. I'm alive, but I'm going to be out of work for at least 3 months. Don't worry about anything. We'll figure it out. Family takes care of family, remember? For the first time in months, I smiled. Yeah, Mom, I remember. 2 weeks after the accident, I was hobbling around my apartment on crutches when Mom called. How are you feeling, honey? Like I got hit by a truck, literally. I settled onto the couch, propping my cast up on the coffee table. That's why I'm calling. Your father and I have been talking, and we think you need help. I'm managing okay. Physical therapy is going well, and Marlene, be realistic. You can't work, your bills are piling up, and you're all alone in that apartment. It's not sustainable. She wasn't wrong about the bills. Workers' comp only covered so much, and my savings were draining fast. The irony wasn't lost on me. I owned the apartment outright, but I couldn't let them know that without revealing the inheritance. What are you suggesting? Well, your father and I have been thinking about downsizing anyway. The house is getting too big for us, and with Daisy's success, we want to be closer to the city for her events. I waited for the other shoe to drop. We could move into your spare bedroom temporarily. Help with rent, groceries, take care of you while you recover. It's perfect timing, really. My grip tightened on the phone. You want to move in here? Just until you're back on your feet. And honestly, it would help us too. The housing market is crazy right now, and we need time to find the right place. What about Daisy? Couldn't she help you with... Oh, sweetheart, Daisy's in such a delicate place right now with her brand expansion. She can't pause her momentum for family drama. Family drama. That's what my car accident was to them. I need to think about it. Of course, but don't think too long. We could be there by the weekend to help you get settled. After she hung up, I stared at the ceiling, my leg throbbing. The smart thing would be to tell them no. But I was tired, in pain, and despite everything, part of me wanted to believe they actually cared. Hazel came over that evening with Thai food and wine. You look terrible, she said, setting the bags on my kitchen counter. Thanks. Really what I needed to hear. I'm serious. When's the last time you showered? I couldn't remember. My parents want to move in. Hazel froze, chopsticks halfway to her mouth. Here? With you? They say it's to help me recover, and to help them transition while they look for a new place. That's... She set down her food. Marlene, you know this is a terrible idea, right? Is it? I mean, I could use the help, and they'd contribute to expenses. They'd contribute to the expenses of the apartment you secretly own? When she put it like that, it sounded insane, but I was so tired of carrying everything alone. Maybe it'll be different this time. Hazel gave me a look that said she'd heard that before. Dad called the next morning while I was struggling to make coffee one-handed. Marlene, I've been running numbers on your situation. Good morning to you too, Dad. Your rent, utilities, groceries, medical bills, you're looking at a shortfall of at least $2,000 a month. That's not sustainable. I know, I'm working on it. Here's what I'm thinking. Your mother and I move in, we split the rent 3 ways. That cuts your housing costs by 60% right there. I nearly laughed. They wanted to pay rent on the apartment I owned. We'd also handle groceries, utilities, help with your physical therapy appointments. It's a win-win. What about your house? We'll rent it out. The rental income will help us save for our next place. Everything was always about their next move, their next plan. I was just a convenient stepping stone. When would this happen? This weekend. We've already started packing. They'd started packing before I'd even agreed. Of course they had. Dad, I haven't said yes yet. Marlene, be practical. You need help. We need a place to stay temporarily. Sometimes the universe aligns things perfectly. The universe. He sounded like Daisy. That afternoon, Daisy finally called. Oh my God, I just heard about your accident. Mom told me this morning. Are you okay? I've been better. Where have you been for 2 weeks? I'm so sorry. I've been in this intensive retreat planning phase, and my phone has been on airplane mode for digital detox. I had no idea. Mom didn't tell you? She mentioned you had a little fender bender, but I didn't realize it was serious. I feel terrible. A little fender bender. That's how my accident had been described to the golden child. I'm going to be out of work for months, Daisy. That's awful. But hey, maybe this is the universe telling you to slow down. You work way too hard. I work hard because I have bills to pay. Right, of course. Listen, I wish I could help financially, but everything is tied up in the business expansion right now. You understand? I understood perfectly. But Mom and Dad moving in is such a great solution. It'll be like a family healing retreat. They told you about that? Dad called this morning. He's so excited to help you. We all are. After she hung up, I sat in my kitchen, staring at the stack of medical bills on the counter. Through the thin walls, I could hear my neighbor's TV, a cooking show where someone was explaining how to properly season a roast. My phone rang again. Dad. Marlene, I forgot to mention. We'll need your keys by Friday so we can get copies made and start moving our things in over the weekend. My keys? For efficiency. We can get everything set up while you rest. I closed my eyes, the pieces clicking into place. They weren't moving in to help me recover. They were moving in because they needed a place to live, and I was too weak to stop them. Sure, Dad, I'll have them ready. That's our girl. Always so reasonable. After I hung up, I reached for my laptop and opened a new browser window. Time to call Cade. They moved in like a hurricane. By Sunday evening, my apartment looked like a completely different place. Mom had rearranged my furniture for better flow, and Dad had claimed the dining table as his home office, spreading financial documents across every surface. This lighting is terrible for video calls, Mom said, adjusting my living room lamp for the third time. Daisy's doing a collaboration shoot here next week. Here? I struggled to stand from the couch, my crutches clattering. In my apartment? Our apartment now, sweetheart. We're all in this together. Dad looked up from his laptop. The Wi-Fi password needs to be changed, something more professional. Daisy's team will need access. I stared at them, these people who'd lived in my space for exactly 48 hours and were already treating me like a guest. I need to rest, I said, hobbling toward my bedroom. Oh, before you do that, Mom called after me, we need to talk about the bedroom situation. I turned around slowly. What about it? Well, your father's back isn't what it used to be, and that pull-out couch is murder on his spine. We were thinking maybe you could take the living room for a few weeks, just until we get a proper bed delivered. You want me to sleep on the couch? In my own apartment? It's temporary, honey. And really, with your leg, wouldn't it be easier for you to be closer to the kitchen and bathroom? Dad nodded without looking up from his screen. Makes sense, logistically. That night, I lay on my own couch, listening to my parents argue through the thin bedroom wall about whether to accept Daisy's offer to redecorate their room. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of power tools. What's happening? I called out, trying to untangle myself from the blanket. Just making some improvements. Dad's voice came from the direction of my bedroom. Daisy needs better lighting for her content creation. I hobbled over to find him installing a ring light mount on my bedroom ceiling. Dad, what are you doing? Daisy's launching a new morning routine series. She needs a consistent filming location, and this room has the best natural light. That's my bedroom. Well, you're not using it right now. And this is temporary, remember? Mom appeared in the doorway with coffee and a bright smile. Isn't this exciting? We're going to be part of Daisy's content creation process. I didn't agree to any of this. Marlene, don't be difficult. Daisy's brand is at a crucial growth phase. We all need to support her. What about supporting me? I'm the one recovering from a car accident. Mom's smile faltered slightly. Of course we're supporting you. We moved in to help, didn't we? That afternoon, Hazel came over with groceries and found me sitting on the couch staring at the wall. Jesus? What happened in here? She looked around at the chaos of boxes, camera equipment, and my parents' belongings scattered everywhere. They're settling in. This looks like they're taking over. She sat down next to me, lowering her voice. Where are you sleeping? Here. Dad's back problems, apparently. Marlene, this is insane. It's your apartment. Is it, though? I gestured around the room. Because it sure doesn't feel like it anymore. Hazel pulled out her phone. What's your lease say about guests? It doesn't matter. They're family. Family doesn't kick you out of your own bedroom. Before I could respond, the front door opened and Daisy walked in with 2 assistants and a photographer. Perfect, she announced, not bothering to greet me. The light is exactly what we need. Mom, did you move the dresser like I asked? All done, sweetheart. And I picked up those organic cotton sheets you wanted. I watched them transform my bedroom into a film set, moving my personal belongings into boxes without asking. Excuse me, I said, struggling to stand. Those are my things. Daisy looked over, seeming to notice me for the first time. Oh, hey, how are you feeling? You look better. I'd feel better if people asked before moving my stuff. Of course, I'm sorry. It's just, we're on such a tight schedule with this campaign launch. She gestured to her team. But don't worry, we'll put everything back exactly how it was. One of her assistants, a young woman with perfectly straightened hair, whispered something in Daisy's ear. Actually, Daisy said, Sloane thinks it might be better to keep the room set up for filming. We're doing a whole series here over the next month. A month? Maybe 2. The engagement rates are so much higher when the content feels authentic and homey. Mom clapped her hands together. Isn't this wonderful? Our little apartment is going to be famous. Our apartment, not mine. Ours. I excused myself to the bathroom, the only room in the apartment that still felt like mine. My phone was buzzing with a text from Hazel. Check your lease. Now. I pulled up the documents on my phone, scrolling through the legal language until I found what I was looking for. There it was, in black and white. The apartment lease was in my name only. But more importantly, buried in my files was something else entirely. The property deed. My name, sole owner. I stared at the screen, a slow smile spreading across my face. My parents had been so focused on taking over my space, they'd never bothered to ask the most basic question, who actually owned it? I opened a new text to Cade. Need to meet. Tomorrow, if possible. It's time. From the living room, I could hear Daisy directing her photo shoot. Can we get more pillows? This needs to feel like a real home, not a staged apartment. A real home. That's exactly what this was. My real home. And it was time to remind everyone whose name was on the deed. I hobbled back out to the living room, where my parents were arranging throw pillows for Daisy's shoot. Mom, Dad, I said, my voice steadier than it had been in weeks. We need to talk. Cade's office smelled like leather and coffee, a stark contrast to the chaos of my apartment. I sat across from his mahogany desk, my crutches propped against the chair. So, let me get this straight, he said, reviewing the documents I'd brought. Your parents moved into the apartment you own, thinking you're renting it, and now they've essentially taken over? That's the simplified version, yes. And they're planning to stay indefinitely? Dad mentioned something about converting my bedroom into a permanent studio space for Daisy. Apparently, her content performs better in authentic home environments. Cade leaned back in his chair. Marlene, you know you can just tell them to leave, right? It's your property. It's not that simple. They think they're helping me. If I suddenly reveal I own the place, they'll know about the inheritance, and then they'll know you have money. Exactly. And the second they know that, I become the family ATM again. He pulled out a legal pad and started writing. Okay, let's talk about your options. As the property owner, you have the right to terminate any occupancy with proper notice. What kind of notice? In this state, 30 days for month-to-month tenants. But since there's no formal lease agreement and no rent being paid, it's more complicated. I shifted in my chair, my leg aching. What if we treated them like tenants? Drew up a formal lease, collected rent, the whole thing. That could work, but once they're legal tenants, they have rights. It might be harder to get them out later. What about eviction? Cade raised an eyebrow. That's nuclear. Are you sure you want to go there? I thought about waking up on my own couch this morning, about Dad installing camera equipment in my bedroom without asking, about Mom referring to it as our apartment. What would it take? Well, if they're not paying rent and there's no lease, they're technically trespassers. But given the family relationship, a judge would probably require formal notice first. How formal? Official eviction notice, served by a process server, 30 days to vacate. The idea sent a thrill through me. And they wouldn't know it was coming? Not unless you told them. He studied my face. Marlene, this is going to blow up your family relationships. You understand that, right? My family relationships are already blown up. I'm just the only one who doesn't know it yet. He nodded slowly. I'll need a few days to prepare the paperwork. Are you sure about this? I'm sure. That evening, I returned to find my apartment transformed again. Daisy's team had installed professional lighting throughout the living room, and there were ring lights set up in the kitchen. There she is, Daisy called out when I walked in. Perfect timing. We're doing a live stream about family support systems. A what? It's going to be so authentic. Me cooking dinner with Mom while talking about how family shows up for each other during hard times. Mom was already at the stove, wearing one of Daisy's branded aprons. Isn't this fun? We're going to be on the internet. Where am I supposed to eat dinner? I asked, looking at the kitchen full of camera equipment. Oh, we ordered you something, Daisy said, not looking up from her phone. It's in the fridge. We need the kitchen to look natural for the stream. I opened the fridge to find a sad-looking sandwich from the deli downstairs. Daisy, this is my kitchen. I know, and I'm so grateful you're letting us use it. This content is going to perform so well. My engagement has been through the roof since we started filming here. Dad appeared from the bedroom, carrying more equipment. The bedroom setup is perfect for tomorrow's morning routine video. Sloane thinks we should paint the walls a softer color, though. Paint the walls? I stared at him. You want to paint my bedroom? Just a touch-up, something more camera-friendly. Dad, you can't just paint someone else's walls. Marlene, don't be dramatic. It's just paint. I looked around at these people who'd invaded my space, rearranged my life, and were now planning to redecorate my bedroom for my sister's social media career. I need some air, I said, grabbing my crutches. Don't go far, Mom called after me. We're ordering dinner for the team, and we need to know how many people. I made it to the hallway before my phone rang. Hazel, how did it go with the lawyer? He's preparing eviction papers. Holy shit, you're really doing this. They want to paint my bedroom, Hazel, for Daisy's content. Jesus, when do they get served? Next week, 30 days notice. Are you going to warn them? I thought about the sandwich in my fridge, about sleeping on my own couch, about being treated like a guest in my own home. No, they didn't warn me before taking over my life. This is going to be messy. It's already messy. I'm just evening the playing field. When I got back upstairs, the live stream was in full swing. Through the door, I could hear Daisy talking to her audience. Family is everything, you guys. When I was going through my hardest times, my family showed up without question. That's what real love looks like. The comments were flowing. You're so lucky to have such supportive family. Goals! This is what family should be. I stood in the hallway, listening to my sister monetize our family dysfunction for content, and pulled out my phone to text Cade. How soon can you have those papers ready? His response came back immediately. Friday. You sure about this? I looked at my apartment door, at the home that no longer felt like mine, and typed back, never been more sure of anything in my life. From inside, I could hear applause from Daisy's live stream audience. Mom was probably beaming, basking in the reflected glow of her golden child's success. In 3 days, they'd find out exactly who owned the spotlight. The process server arrived at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, just as Daisy was setting up for her afternoon mindful living segment. I watched through the peephole as he knocked, official documents in hand. Marlene, can you get that? Mom called from the kitchen, where she was arranging organic produce for Daisy's backdrop. We're about to go live. I opened the door, my heart hammering. I'm looking for Lucille King, Wilfred King, and Daisy King, the server said. That's us, Dad said, appearing behind me. What's this about? Legal documents. I need to serve each of you individually. The color drained from Dad's face. Legal documents? What kind of legal documents? Sir, I just deliver them. You'll need to read the contents. Mom appeared, wiping her hands on a dish towel. What's going on? Daisy's about to start filming. Ma'am, are you Lucille King? Yes, but he handed her an envelope. You've been served. The same process repeated with Dad, then Daisy, who looked completely bewildered as she accepted her envelope. There must be some mistake, she said. We haven't done anything wrong. Again, ma'am, I just deliver the documents. Have a good day. After he left, the three of them stood in my living room holding their envelopes like they might explode. Open them, I said quietly. Dad tore his open first. I watched his face change as he read, confusion shifting to shock, then to something that looked like panic. This is... He looked up at me. This is an eviction notice. What? Mom ripped open her envelope. That's impossible. We don't even have a lease. Daisy was still staring at her unopened envelope. I don't understand. Eviction from where? Here, Dad said, his voice hollow. From this apartment. But that doesn't make sense, Mom said, scanning the document. The landlord would have to serve these, not some random person, and Marlene's the tenant here, not us. They all turned to look at me. I was still standing by the door, my crutches supporting me, watching their world shift. Marlene, Dad said slowly, what's going on? I reached into my purse and pulled out a folded document, the property deed. I think you should sit down. We don't have time for this, Daisy said, finally opening her envelope. I have a live stream in 10 minutes and... She stopped reading, her face going white. This says I have 30 days to vacate the premises. Because you do. Mom was shaking her head. This has to be a mistake. Some kind of clerical error. Marlene, call your landlord. Tell them we're family, that we're helping you recover. I can't call my landlord, Mom. Why not? I unfolded the deed and held it up. Because I am the landlord. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the traffic noise from the street seemed to fade away. Dad was the first to speak. What do you mean, you're the landlord? I mean, I own this apartment. I bought it 6 months ago with Aunt Ruth's inheritance. That's impossible, Mom said. You can barely afford rent. You work 2 jobs just to make ends meet. I worked 2 jobs to make you think I could barely afford rent. Daisy was staring at the eviction notice like it was written in a foreign language. You own this place? Free and clear. No mortgage, no landlord, no rent. Just me and my property deed. Dad sank into the couch. The inheritance, how much was it? Enough to buy this apartment and pay off your daughter's 6-figure debt. But you said you were struggling, Mom said. You said money was tight. I never said that. You assumed that, just like you assumed I'd be grateful for you taking over my home. Daisy finally found her voice. So when you served us eviction notices, I served them because you're trespassing on my property. You moved in without permission, took over my bedroom, turned my kitchen into a film studio, and treated me like a guest in my own home. We were helping you. Mom's voice was rising. You were hurt. You couldn't work. You were helping yourselves. You needed a place to stay, and I was convenient. Dad was reading through the eviction notice again. 30 days. That's what the law requires for squatters. Squatters? Daisy's voice cracked. We're not squatters. We're your family. Family doesn't kick someone out of their own bedroom. Family doesn't rearrange someone's furniture without asking. Family doesn't turn someone's home into a content creation studio. Mom was pacing now, the eviction notice crumpled in her hand. This is insane. You can't just throw us out on the street. I'm not throwing you out on the street. I'm giving you 30 days to find somewhere else to live. That's more notice than you gave me before moving in. We gave you notice, Dad protested. You told me you were moving in. You didn't ask if you could move in. There's a difference. Daisy was staring at her phone, probably calculating how this would affect her content schedule. My audience is expecting the morning routine series. I've already promoted it. Film it somewhere else. But the lighting here is perfect, and the engagement rates are not my problem. The room fell silent again. I could see them processing, trying to figure out how they'd misread the situation so completely. Marlene, Mom said finally, her voice softer now. We can work this out. We're family. We don't need lawyers and eviction notices. You're right. We didn't need them, but you made them necessary when you decided my recovery was less important than Daisy's content creation. Dad looked up from the notice. What do you want from us? I want you to pack your things and leave my apartment. You have 30 days. And if we don't? I smiled for the first time in weeks. Then you'll find out what happens when family takes family to court. The first week after serving the eviction notices, they tried guilt. I can't believe you're doing this to your own family, Mom said, standing in my kitchen while I made coffee. After everything we've done for you. Like what exactly? We raised you, supported you, gave you a loving home. And I paid for Daisy's entire career restart. I'd say we're even. Dad tried the practical approach. Marlene, be reasonable. The housing market is impossible right now. We can't find anything decent in 30 days. You found this place in 2 days when you needed it. That was different. We were helping you. You were helping yourselves. By the second week, they switched to anger. This is vindictive and petty, Daisy said, pacing around the living room while her assistant Sloane packed up ring lights. You're destroying my content calendar over some stupid power trip. Your content calendar isn't my responsibility. I have brand partnerships depending on this apartment. Do you know how much money you're costing me? About as much as I cost myself keeping you afloat. Sloane looked up from the equipment box. Maybe we should just find a new location. This whole situation is getting weird. Daisy whirled on her. Weird? My own sister is trying to make me homeless and you think it's weird? I think your sister owns the apartment and asked you to leave, Sloane said quietly. That's not making you homeless. I liked Sloane more every day. The third week brought desperation. What if we paid rent? Dad asked. Real rent? Market rate? We could sign a lease. I don't want tenants. I want my home back. What if we just stayed in the spare room? Daisy could film somewhere else. Dad, you're not listening. I want you to leave. But why? We're family. Family doesn't treat each other like this. Like what? I gestured around the apartment, which still looked more like a film studio than a home. Like unpaid staff in their own lives. Mom tried one last guilt trip. Your father's been having chest pains from the stress. Do you want to give your own father a heart attack? Dad's chest pains started when he realized he'd have to find his own place to live instead of mooching off his daughter. Mooching? Dad's face turned red. We were helping you. By taking over my bedroom, by turning my kitchen into a film set, by treating me like a guest in my own home? You literally kicked me out of my own bedroom, Dad, for Daisy's content. The fourth week brought lawyers. My client is prepared to offer a settlement, their attorney said over speakerphone while we sat in Cade's office. What kind of settlement? Cade asked. Continued occupancy in exchange for monthly rent payments and a formal lease agreement. No, I said. Ms. King, perhaps you should consider. No, they have 6 days left. They can use them to pack. My clients are prepared to argue that the eviction is retaliatory and. Retaliatory for what? Cade interrupted. They were never legal tenants. They moved in without permission and refused to leave when asked. There's a family relationship here that complicates. The family relationship is exactly why this is happening, I said. They used it to manipulate me into letting them take over my home. After the call ended, Cade leaned back in his chair. They're getting desperate. Good. Marlene, there's something else. I got a call from the county clerk's office. Someone tried to file a fraudulent deed transfer on your property. My blood went cold. What? Someone forged your signature on documents that would have transferred ownership to your parents. Luckily, the clerk caught the discrepancy and flagged it. They tried to steal my apartment? Looks like it. I've already filed a police report, but I wanted you to know. That evening, I confronted them. Which one of you tried to forge my signature on a deed transfer? The silence was deafening. I know one of you did it. The county clerk has the documents. Dad finally spoke. We were trying to protect the family asset. My apartment is not a family asset. It's my asset. We put our lives on hold to help you, Mom said. We deserve some security. You put your lives on hold to help yourselves to my home. We're your parents, Dad shouted. We raised you. We deserve some consideration. You deserve exactly what you gave me when I needed help. Nothing. Daisy was crying now, mascara running down her cheeks. You're destroying our family over an apartment. I'm not destroying anything. I'm just refusing to be destroyed anymore. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm done being the responsible one. I'm done being the backup plan. I'm done being invisible in my own life. So you're going to make us homeless? I'm going to make you responsible for yourselves for the first time in your lives. Mom stood up, her face twisted with rage. You're not the daughter we raised. You're right. The daughter you raised would have let you walk all over her forever. But she's gone. Fine, Dad said, grabbing his coat. We'll be out by Friday. Good. But don't expect us to forgive this. I looked at these people who had taken my money, my home, my recovery time, and tried to steal my property deed. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for my keys. They left on a Thursday morning while I was at physical therapy. I came home to find my keys on the kitchen counter and the apartment eerily quiet. No ring lights, no camera equipment, no branded wellness products cluttering my counters. Just my home. Finally. Hazel came over that evening with champagne and takeout. How does it feel? She asked, settling onto my couch. My couch, in my living room. Quiet. Really, really quiet. Good quiet or bad quiet? I looked around the space that was mine again. Good quiet. Definitely good quiet. My phone had been buzzing all day with texts I hadn't answered. Finally, I picked it up. Mom, I hope you're happy. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. Dad, we're staying at a motel until we can find something permanent. Thanks for that. Daisy, my brand partnerships are falling through because I can't deliver the content I promised. You've cost me thousands. I showed the messages to Hazel. Are you going to respond? What would I say? You're welcome for the 30 days notice I didn't legally have to give you. That works. I deleted the messages without responding. The next morning, Sloane called. I wanted to apologize, she said, for being part of the chaos in your apartment. You were just doing your job. Yeah, but I should have said something sooner. What they were doing to you wasn't right. What's Daisy's plan now? Sloane was quiet for a moment. Honestly, she's scrambling. She built her whole brand around this perfect family narrative, and now that's falling apart. Her engagement is down 60% since she had to start filming in hotel rooms. And the brand partnerships? Most of them pulled out when she couldn't deliver the content she promised. Turns out authentic home lifestyle doesn't work when you're living in a Hampton Inn. I almost felt bad. Almost. What about my parents? They're struggling. Your dad's been calling everyone he knows, trying to find a place they can afford. Your mom keeps posting on Facebook about ungrateful children. Sounds about right. Marlene, for what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. That afternoon, I was reorganizing my bedroom when someone knocked. I opened the door to find a woman I didn't recognize. Are you Marlene? Yes. I'm Janet from the apartment management company. I heard about what happened with your family. My stomach dropped. Is there a problem? Actually, no. I wanted to thank you. Thank me? Your parents have been calling our office for weeks, claiming they had tenant rights in your apartment. They were threatening to sue us for wrongful eviction. She smiled. When we explained that you own the unit and we have nothing to do with your family disputes, your father got very creative with his language. I'm sorry about that. Don't be. We deal with entitled people all the time, but it's rare to see someone handle it as cleanly as you did. Proper legal notice, everything by the book. After she left, I called Cade. Any word on the deed forgery case? The DA decided not to prosecute. First offense, family dispute, no actual financial loss since it was caught in time. So they get away with it. They get away with the criminal charges, but I've filed a civil restraining order preventing them from making any future claims on your property. Good. Marlene, can I ask you something? Sure. Do you regret it? Any of it? I looked around my apartment at the space that felt like mine again, at the bedroom where I'd been sleeping peacefully for a week. No, I don't regret it at all. That evening, I opened my laptop and navigated to Reddit. I'd been lurking on the family drama subreddits for months, reading stories that made my situation seem normal by comparison. I created a throwaway account and started typing. I paid off my sister's six-figure debt so she could live her dream. When I needed help after a car accident, my parents said, "She can't pause her life for you." Then they asked for my keys to help out. Their faces turned white when they found the eviction notice on my door, addressed to them. I wrote the whole story, every detail, every conversation, every moment of manipulation, and every second of satisfaction when I served those papers. The responses started coming in immediately. Holy shit, you're a legend. This is the most satisfying revenge story I've ever read. Your family sounds like narcissists. Good for you for standing up to them. Please tell me you're not going to let them back in. I replied to that last one. Never again. I learned the difference between being responsible and being a doormat. I'm keeping my keys, my apartment, and my boundaries. My phone rang. Hazel. Are you reading the comments on your Reddit post? You found it? Girl, it's going viral. Someone screenshot it and posted it on Twitter. You're famous. I scrolled through the responses, hundreds of them now, people sharing their own stories of family manipulation, others cheering my decision. One comment stood out. Sometimes the best thing you can do for your family is stop enabling them. They'll either learn to stand on their own, or they won't, but at least you'll know who you really are. I closed the laptop and looked around my quiet apartment. For the first time in years, I knew exactly who I was. I was Marlene. I owned my own home, and I was done being anyone's backup plan. My phone buzzed with another text from Mom. We need to talk. I deleted it without reading the rest and turned off my phone. Some conversations were over.
The lasagna was still hot when my brother threw it at my feet. I watched the ceramic dish shatter, red sauce spreading across the kitchen tile like blood. My mother's voice cut through the silence. Clean it up, Alexandra, and make another one for your brother. He needs proper meals for his studies. My name is Alexandra, and I'm 19 years old. This is the story of how I destroyed my family and saved myself. I said this was garbage, Wyatt sneered, already heading back to his room. How's a future lawyer supposed to focus with food like this? I grabbed the paper towels, kneeling to clean up the mess. Hidden beneath the shattered dish was my half-finished scholarship essay, now soaked in marinara. 6 hours of work, ruined in seconds. But I kept my face neutral, the way I'd learned to do years ago. Sorry, I muttered, though no one was listening anymore. My mother had already followed Wyatt upstairs, probably to offer him takeout money. My phone buzzed. My boss at the cafe texting about picking up another shift. I typed back yes before she could give it to someone else. Triple shifts were killing me, but every dollar counted. Alexandra! My mother's heels clicked against the hardwood as she returned. Why haven't you started on the new lasagna yet? Your brother has a big test tomorrow. I have work in an hour. Work? She scoffed. That little cafe job? Wyatt is in law school. Law school, Alexandra. He's the family's future. She grabbed my arm, pulling me up. You just need to find a husband. Until then, you support your brother. That's what family does. I remembered the day they took my college fund. I'd just gotten my acceptance letter to the State University's engineering program. But Wyatt had also gotten into law school, and suddenly my future vanished into his tuition payments. Yes, Mother. I moved to the fridge, pulling out more ingredients. My father sat at the kitchen table, hidden behind his newspaper. He hadn't said a word during the entire incident. He never did. That's better, my mother said, and wear something nice to work. You never know when you might meet someone suitable. The moment she left, I pulled my real scholarship essay from inside my jacket. The one I'd been working on during my breaks at the cafe. The one about architecture, about building something from nothing, about escape. My father cleared his throat. For a moment, I thought he might say something, about the lasagna, about Wyatt, about anything. Instead, he just folded his newspaper and walked out. I heard Wyatt's music blasting from upstairs as I assembled the new lasagna. He was probably studying, which meant scrolling through social media while pretending to read case law. But he'd get perfect grades anyway. He always did, somehow. My phone buzzed again. Alexis from work. You coming in early again? Boss says there's a catering event. Extra tips. I looked at the clock. If I rushed the lasagna, I could make it. Every extra dollar was another step toward freedom. On my way, I texted back. The oven timer dinged just as I heard Wyatt thundering down the stairs. "This better be edible," he called out. Unlike that trash from before, I set the dish on the counter, grabbed my bag, and headed for the door. Behind me, I heard my mother's voice. "Alexandra, aren't you going to serve your brother?" "She's useless," Wyatt said through a mouthful of food. "Can't even make decent lasagna. Good thing she's pretty. It's her only shot at a future." I closed the door behind me, letting their voices fade. They had no idea about the applications I'd been filling out, the practice tests I'd been taking in secret, the money I'd been hiding away. They thought I was just the family servant, the backup plan, the pretty face who needed to find a husband. But I'd learned something they hadn't. Patience is a weapon. And I was getting very, very good at wielding it. Walking to my car, I pulled out the real scholarship essay. The sauce-stained one had been a decoy. I'd learned to keep duplicates of everything important. Tomorrow, I'd polish this draft during my break. Then it would join my architecture school application, hidden in a folder labeled Wedding Pinterest Ideas on my laptop. Let them think I was searching for a husband. Let them think I was nothing but their servant. Let them think whatever they wanted. I had other plans. "Girl, you look dead on your feet," Alexis said, sliding a triple espresso across the counter. "How many hours did you sleep?" 3, maybe 4. I tied my apron, already moving to clear tables. The morning rush was about to hit, and I needed those tips. Had to finish Wyatt's laundry after my shift last night. Heaven forbid he learns how to use a washing machine. "You know this isn't normal, right?" Alexis followed me, helping collect mugs. "The way they treat you." I paused. Dirty dishes balanced precariously in my arms. "Can we not? I need to focus on your secret architecture application," she whispered, grinning. "How's that going?" The dishes clattered as I set them down too quickly. "Keep your voice down. If anyone from my family's circle hears—" "Relax," Alexis said, checking that no other employees were nearby. "But seriously, you need to tell me more. Switzerland? That's huge." I pulled out my phone, showing her the program's website. ETH Zurich, one of the best architecture schools in the world. They offer full scholarships to international students if... The cafe door chimed. I shoved my phone away as Wyatt strutted in with 3 of his law school friends, all wearing matching university hoodies. My brother's eyes swept past me like I was furniture. 4 Americanos, he announced to Alexis, not bothering with pleasantries. "And whatever my sister's having, she looks terrible." "I'm working, Wyatt." "Obviously." He smirked. "Someone has to pay for my books." His friends laughed, and I felt my cheeks burn. I moved to the espresso machine, but Alexis stepped in front of me. "I've got these," she said loudly. "You can clean the back tables." As I wiped tables, I could hear Wyatt's voice carrying across the cafe. He was video calling someone, probably another law school friend. "Nah, man, I never study," he boasted. "These suckers spend all night in the library while I'm out living life, still acing everything." One of his friends chimed in. "Wyatt's got a system, don't you, buddy?" "You know it," Wyatt laughed. "Work smart, not hard. That's what separates the winners from the losers." I gripped my cleaning cloth tighter, remembering all the nights I'd heard him on similar calls in his room. Always bragging, never studying, yet somehow maintaining perfect grades. "Alexandra!" Wyatt called out. "My cup's empty." Before I could move, Alexis appeared with fresh coffees. "On the house," she said sweetly. "Now please keep your voice down. Other customers are trying to work." Wyatt's face darkened, but his friends were already standing to leave. "Whatever. See you at home, sis. Mom wants you to clean my room today. I've got a big paper due." After they left, Alexis found me in the storage room, hands shaking as I counted inventory. "Hey," she said softly, "I've got something that might help. Remember my old professor? The one who retired last year? He tutors students for standardized tests. Off the books. I looked up. I can't afford. He owes me a favor, and he loves helping students stick it to unfair systems. She handed me a piece of paper with a phone number. Call him, please. That night, I went home late after my third shift. The house was quiet except for Wyatt's room, where his laptop hummed. He'd probably fallen asleep while studying again. I started cleaning, picking up empty energy drink cans and takeout containers. His laptop screen glowed with a dozen open tabs: social media, sports scores, and something that looked like an essay marketplace website. Moving the mouse to close the windows, I noticed a folder labeled Essays Purchased.docs. My heart stopped. What are you doing? I spun around. Wyatt stood in the doorway, eyes narrow. Just cleaning, I said quickly. Like Mom asked. Stay away from my laptop. He crossed the room in 2 strides, slamming it shut. Don't you have dishes to wash or something? I backed away, mind racing. Sorry, I'll go do that now. In the kitchen, I pulled out my phone and the professor's number. My hands trembled as I typed. Hi, this is Alexandra. Alexis gave me your number. I need help preparing for an exam, but it needs to be completely confidential. The response came quickly. Of course. When would you like to start? I looked toward Wyatt's room, where he was probably deleting evidence right now. Then I thought about my architecture application, about Switzerland, about freedom. As soon as possible, I wrote back. I'm ready to begin. Professor Martin's living room had become my sanctuary over the past month. Every Tuesday and Thursday, between my morning and afternoon shifts, I'd slip away to study advanced mathematics and architectural theory. Excellent work on the mock exam, he said, adjusting his reading glasses. Your spatial reasoning scores are particularly impressive. I beamed at the practice test results. Really? Indeed, though you seem distracted today. Sorry, I rubbed my eyes. Late night, had to help Wyatt prepare for a presentation. Ah yes, the famous brother. Professor Martin's tone was carefully neutral. The one whose success requires your servitude. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. Mother. Where are you? Wyatt needs his suit pressed for tomorrow's moot court. I have to go, I said, gathering my books. Double shift, then home duties. Alexandra. Professor Martin's voice stopped me at the door. You can't keep this pace forever. Something has to give. Just 3 more weeks, I said, until the application deadline. The cafe was slammed when I arrived. Alexis shot me a sympathetic look as I rushed behind the counter. Your brother was here, she said quietly, showing off his new car to his friends, the one your parents bought him for studying so hard. I focused on making drinks, trying not to think about how that car probably cost more than my entire year's salary. The same salary that helped pay for his education. Oh, and he said something charming about how you're wasting your life serving coffee. Alexis rolled her eyes. I almost poured his latte in his lap. Don't! I managed a small smile. He's not worth losing your job over. The afternoon rush kept us busy until closing. As I counted my tips, Alexis peered over my shoulder. That's it, she declared. I'm helping you finish that application tonight. My apartment. No excuses. But Wyatt's suit. Can wait. This is your future, Alex. 3 hours later, I stared at my laptop screen in Alexis's tiny studio apartment. The application form finally complete. Every grade, every recommendation letter, every carefully crafted essay. It was all there. Do it, Alexis urged, holding out a cup of tea. Hit submit. My finger hovered over the mouse. Years of dreams, months of secret preparation, countless hours of hidden study, all coming down to this moment. I clicked submit. Alexis whooped, pulling me into a hug. You did it! You actually did it! My phone buzzed again. And again. and again. 15 missed calls from my mother, 20 text messages. Oh God! I grabbed my bag. I have to go. Text me when you get home, Alexis called as I rushed out. And Alex, I'm proud of you. The house was dark when I arrived, except for the kitchen light. My mother sat at the table, her face a mask of fury. Where have you been? Work ran late, Don't lie to me. She stood up, her heels clicking on the tile. Wyatt saw you at some apartment building, with a friend. She spat the last word like poison. I was helping Alexis with enough. She slammed her hand on the table. While you were gallivanting around, your brother had to wear an unpressed suit to his presentation. Do you know how that reflects on this family? I heard movement upstairs. Wyatt, probably listening. I'm sorry, I said automatically. It won't happen again. No, it won't. My mother moved to my bag. What's in here? What are you hiding? Nothing. I pulled it away, but not before she caught a glimpse of my architecture textbook. Her eyes narrowed. What is that? Just something I'm reading. For fun. Fun? She laughed coldly. You think you have time for fun? While your brother is building a future for this family? I heard Wyatt's door open upstairs. Give me the bag, Alexandra. No, the words slipped out before I could stop it. My mother's face went white with shock. What did you say to me? I said no. My voice was steadier now. My bag, my things. How dare you? Wyatt appeared at the bottom of the stairs, smirking. Trouble in paradise? Your sister, our mother said, has been keeping secrets. I clutched my bag tighter, thinking of the application I'd just submitted, of the future I'd just dared to reach for. Go to your room, my mother ordered. We'll discuss your attitude in the morning. I climbed the stairs, passing Wyatt, who whispered, Nice going, sis. Real smart, making Mom angry right before my big exam week. In my room, I locked the door and pulled out my phone. One new email. Thank you for your application to ETH Zurich School of Architecture. We will review your materials and respond within 4-6 weeks. I closed my eyes, heart pounding. The die was cast. Now all I could do was wait, and pray my family didn't discover the truth before I had a chance to escape. Sit down. My mother's voice was ice as she gestured to the kitchen chair. It was 6 a.m., and she'd been waiting for me. I have work. Sit. I sat. She placed my architecture textbook on the table between us. She must have searched my room while I slept. Explain this. She tapped the book's cover. And explain the money you've been hiding. My heart stopped. What money? Don't play dumb. I found your secret bank statements. Almost $8,000? She leaned forward. Who is he? He? The boy you're saving this money for. The one you're planning to run away with. Relief flooded through me. She'd jumped to the wrong conclusion. There's no boy, Mother. I've just been saving my tips. For what? A car, I lied quickly. Like Wyatt's, I'm tired of taking the bus to work. She studied my face for a long moment. And this book? Someone left it at the cafe. I was just curious. Curious? She laughed sharply. About architecture? Don't be ridiculous, Alexandra. You can barely handle basic math. I bit my tongue, thinking of my practice test scores hidden in my locker at work. I want you to quit that cafe job, she continued. It's putting ideas in your head, making you forget your place. But Wyatt's tuition. Your father got a promotion. We can handle Wyatt's expenses now. She stood up. It's time you focused on finding a suitable husband. I've invited Jamie for dinner tonight. Jamie? Wyatt's friend? He comes from a good family. He's in law school with your brother. He'd be perfect for you. Perfect for keeping me under their control, she meant. I'm not quitting my job, I said quietly. Her hand slammed the table. This isn't a discussion. You're right, it's not. I stood up, grabbing my bag. I'm late for work. I was halfway to the door when she called out, If you leave now, don't bother coming back. I paused, hand on the doorknob. We both know you won't kick me out. Who would cook Wyatt's meals? The cafe was quiet when I arrived. Alexis took one look at my face and made me a coffee. That bad? She found my architecture book. I slumped against the counter. But she thinks I'm saving money to elope with some secret boyfriend. Well, that's good? Maybe? She wants me to quit working here, says I need to focus on finding a husband. I laughed bitterly. She's inviting Jamie over for dinner tonight. Jamie? Isn't he the one who's always watching Wyatt like he's waiting for something? Before I could respond, the cafe door chimed. Speaking of the devil, Jamie walked in, alone for once. Alexandra, he said, oddly formal. Can we talk? Alexis squeezed my arm and disappeared into the back. Black coffee? I reached for a cup. No, listen. He glanced around, then lowered his voice. There's something happening at school. A cheating investigation. A big one. My hands froze on the coffee pot. What does that have to do with me? Your brother... He stopped as the door chimed again. Wyatt strolled in, looking smug as ever. Jamie, there you are, man. Wyatt clapped him on the shoulder. Ready for the ethics exam? Jamie stepped back. Yeah, about that. Dean Scarlett is implementing new anti-cheating measures. Wyatt's smile flickered. So? So maybe we should study. Actually study. Why start now? Wyatt laughed, but there was an edge to it. Our system works fine. Your system, Jamie muttered. What was that? Nothing. Jamie turned to leave, then paused. See you at dinner, Alexandra. I watched them go, Jamie tense and Wyatt shooting him suspicious looks. As they left, Jamie dropped something on the counter, a small, folded note. I opened it when Alexis returned. You should know what your family is investing in. What does that mean? Alexis asked, reading over my shoulder. I don't know. But I remembered the folder on Wyatt's laptop. Essays, purchased, .docx. But I think Jamie's trying to tell me something. About Wyatt? About everything. I tucked the note into my pocket. And I think tonight's dinner just got a lot more interesting. My phone buzzed. Another angry text from my mother about tonight's dinner. About my future. About knowing my place, if she only knew. In a few weeks, I'd either have my ticket to freedom or be trapped here forever. And somehow, I had a feeling Jamie was about to play a crucial role in which way things went. Want me to come over after dinner? Alexis offered. For moral support? I shook my head. No, I need to handle this myself. I pulled out my phone to check the time until my architecture school would announce decisions. 3 weeks, 4 days, and 17 hours to go. Jamie arrived for dinner exactly on time, wearing a suit that made my mother beam with approval. Wyatt, surprisingly, was nowhere to be seen. He's running late, my mother explained, ushering Jamie to the living room. Important study group meeting. Alexandra, serve the appetizers. I brought out the cheese plate I'd prepared, noting how Jamie wouldn't meet my eyes. So, Jamie, my mother purred, tell me about your plans after law school. Actually, Mrs. He cleared his throat. There's something I need to discuss with... The front door slammed. Wyatt stormed in, face flushed with anger. You! He pointed at Jamie. What did you tell Dean Scarlett? My mother's smile froze. Wyatt, dear, what's wrong? Ask him! Wyatt threw his bag down. Ask your perfect dinner guest what he's been saying about me. Jamie stood up slowly. I didn't tell her anything, Wyatt, but she's investigating everyone. The plagiarism detection software. Plagiarism? My mother's voice rose sharply. What is he talking about, Wyatt? Nothing. Wyatt grabbed Jamie's arm. We need to talk. Now. They disappeared into the kitchen. I followed quietly, pressing against the wall to listen. "You promised you'd keep quiet," Wyatt hissed. "That was before I knew how deep it went." Jamie's voice was steady. "Buying one essay is bad enough, but you've been selling them too, to first years. You can't prove anything. The dean already has proof. That's what today's meeting was about." My mother appeared behind me. "Alexandra, stop eavesdropping and set the table." But even she paused when Wyatt's voice carried through the door. "If I go down, you're going down with me. Who helped me format all those papers?" "I never knew they were purchased. I thought I was helping a friend study." "Tell that to the ethics board." I stepped into the kitchen, unable to stay quiet. "Is that how you've been getting perfect grades? Buying essays?" Wyatt spun toward me. "Shut up. This is none of your business." "None of my business?" My voice shook. "My entire life has been put on hold to fund your education, and you're cheating." "Alexandra!" My mother grabbed my arm. "How dare you accuse your brother?" "She's right." Jamie's words cut through the tension. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Cox, but Wyatt's been cheating since first year, and now the dean knows." My mother's face went white. "Get out!" "But get out!" Jamie looked at me, then pulled something from his pocket, a USB drive. He set it on the counter. "Everything's here. What he bought, what he sold. I'm sorry." After he left, the silence was deafening. My mother stared at Wyatt, who wouldn't meet her eyes. "Tell me it's not true," she whispered. "Mom, I can explain." My phone chimed loudly in my pocket. An email notification from ETH Zurich. What was that? My mother's head snapped toward me. "Nothing." I backed away, but Wyatt was faster. He grabbed my phone. "ETH Zurich School of Architecture?" He read aloud, face twisting into a sneer. "What is this?" My mother snatched the phone. Her eyes widened as she read. "An acceptance letter to architecture school in Switzerland with a full scholarship," I said quietly. "You?" Wyatt laughed harshly. "They accepted you?" "While you were buying your way through law school, I was actually studying." I grabbed my phone back. "Surprise." "You can't go," my mother said immediately. "We won't allow it." "I'm 19. You can't stop me." "We're your family." "Family?" I laughed. "Family doesn't treat their daughter like a servant. Family doesn't steal her college fund. Family doesn't—" "Enough!" Wyatt's face was red. "You think you're so smart? At least I was trying to become something. What's architecture going to get you? Nothing. It's getting me away from you." He lunged at me, but I was ready. I stepped aside, and he crashed into the counter, sending the USB drive clattering to the floor. My mother picked it up with trembling hands. "I'll call your father. We'll fix this. We'll find a way." My phone chimed again. A text from Jamie. "Dean Scarlett is announcing the investigation tomorrow. I'm sorry it had to be this way." "There's nothing to fix," I said, heading for the stairs. "Wyatt destroyed his own future, and I'm building mine." "Alexandra!" My mother's voice followed me up. "If you leave this family—" I turned at the top of the stairs. I was never really part of it, was I? In my room, I pulled out my packed suitcase, the one I'd been slowly filling for months. Switzerland was waiting. Freedom was waiting. And downstairs, I could hear my carefully planted bomb finally exploding, taking their perfect family fantasy with it. The house felt like a powder keg the next morning. My father had come home late, and I'd heard them arguing until dawn. My mother's hysterical accusations, Wyatt's defensive shouts, my father's rare but thunderous voice cutting through it all. I crept downstairs at sunrise, hoping to slip out before anyone woke, but my father sat at the kitchen table, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "Sit down, Alexandra." I hesitated, then took the chair across from him. He pushed a thick envelope toward me. "Your welcome packet," he said quietly. "From the architecture school. It came yesterday." My hands shook as I took it. "You opened it?" "Your mother did." He rubbed his face. "Full scholarship, housing stipend, everything you'd need to start a new life." "Dad, when did you get so smart?" His voice cracked. "When did you learn to plan all this? While we were—" He trailed off, guilt heavy in his eyes. "While you were focused on Wyatt?" He flinched. "I failed you." "Yes," I said simply. "You did." The stairs creaked. Wyatt, looking hungover and desperate. "Dad, please, you have to call Dean Scarlett. Tell her it's all a mistake." "A mistake?" My father's voice went cold. "Like the mistake of buying essays or selling them to other students?" "I had to." Wyatt slammed his hands on the table. "Everyone does it. The pressure—" "The pressure?" I stood up. "Try working 3 jobs while studying in secret. Try watching your dreams get handed to someone else. Try—" "Shut up." Wyatt grabbed my welcome packet. "You think you're better than me? You're nothing. Just a waitress with delusions of—" My father's hand slammed the table. "Enough!" We both froze. I'd never heard him yell like that. "Give your sister her papers," he ordered Wyatt. "Now." "But Dad—" "Now!" Wyatt threw the envelope at me. "Fine. Take your precious acceptance. But when you fail in Switzerland, don't come crawling back." "Like you're failing here?" I caught the envelope. "At least my achievements are real." He lunged for me again, but my father caught his arm. "Don't," my father warned. "You've done enough damage." My mother appeared in the doorway, still in yesterday's clothes. "Alfred, please. We can fix this. We can pay the school, explain that Wyatt was under stress." "No." My father's voice was firm. "No more fixing. No more excuses." "But he's our son!" "And she's our daughter," he gestured at me. "The one we've been treating like a servant. The one who's somehow stronger than all of us." My phone buzzed. Alexis texting about my shift. But there was also an email from the dean's office, copied to all law students. "Mandatory assembly today regarding academic integrity violations." Wyatt's phone buzzed with the same message. His face went pale. "I have to go," he whispered. "Maybe I can talk to her before—" "You're not going anywhere," my father said. "You're going to sit here and face what you've done." "Like hell I am." Wyatt grabbed his keys. "I'm not letting some stupid ethics board ruin my life." He stormed out. Moments later, his car screeched down the driveway. My mother collapsed into a chair, sobbing. What will people say? What about his future? What about Alexandra's future? My father asked quietly. She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time. "You really got accepted? On your own?" "Yes." I held up the welcome packet. "Everything I've done, I did on my own. But you're just what, Mother? Just the backup plan? Just the pretty face who needs a husband?" I grabbed my bag. "I have to get to work. My last shift at the cafe." "Last shift?" my father asked. "My flight to Switzerland leaves next week." I headed for the door, then turned back. "By the way, there's a letter for you in my room, explaining everything, in case you ever wondered why I did this." "Alexandra, wait!" my mother called, but I was already gone. Outside, the morning sun felt different somehow. Brighter, cleaner. My phone buzzed again, Jamie this time. "Dean Scarlett's going public in an hour. Wyatt just tried to break into her office. Security caught him." I typed back, "Thank you for everything." "You're welcome. And Alexandra, you're going to do amazing things in Switzerland." I got in my car, looking back at the house one last time. Through the window, I could see my parents, My mother crying. My father holding my welcome packet like it was made of glass. Let them read it. Let them finally see what they'd done. Let them live with the consequences of their choices, just as I'd lived with mine. My phone buzzed one more time. Alexis, ready for your last day of serving coffee? I smiled, starting the engine. Ready for my first day of freedom. The news broke during my final shift at the cafe. Alexis and I watched it unfold on Twitter. Major cheating scandal rocks law school. Then, multiple students expelled, ringleader identified. And finally, the headline that changed everything. Dean expels top student for running essay selling scheme. My phone exploded with notifications. First from Jamie. It's done. Wyatt tried to delete evidence, but IT recovered everything. Then from my father. Come home, please, we need to talk. And finally my mother. What have you done to this family? You okay? Alexis touched my arm. Before I could answer, the cafe door burst open. Wyatt stormed in, face contorted with rage. You! He pointed at me. You planned this. You and Jamie set me up. Customers turned to stare. I stepped behind the counter, putting distance between us. You set yourself up, Wyatt. I just stopped covering for you. Covering for me? You're my sister. You're supposed to support me. Like you supported me? I kept my voice steady. When they took my college fund? When they made me work 3 jobs to pay for your fake education? He lunged for the counter, but Alexis was faster. She grabbed the phone. One more step and I'm calling the police. The police? He laughed hysterically. My life is already over. Expelled, blacklisted. Do you know what this means? It means you face consequences, I said. Finally. The cafe door opened again. My parents rushed in, my father immediately grabbing Wyatt's arm. That's enough! His voice boomed through the cafe. You're making a scene. A scene? My mother's mascara was streaked with tears. Our son's life is ruined, and you're worried about a scene? Your son ruined his own life, I said quietly. And mine too. For a while. How dare you! She stepped toward me, but my father held her back. No, Presley, she's right. The cafe had gone silent. Every customer watched our family drama unfold like a daytime soap opera. Right, my mother's voice rose. She destroyed everything we built, everything we sacrificed for. You sacrificed me, I said. Not yourselves. Never yourselves. We gave you everything. You gave Wyatt everything. You gave me orders. Wyatt broke free from my father's grip. At least they believed in me. What are you? Just a coffee girl with delusions of... A full scholarship to ETH Zurich, Alexis cut in. One of the top architecture schools in the world. While working 3 jobs and dealing with your abuse. That's who she is. My mother's face went blank. You're really leaving? For Switzerland? My flight's next week. I untied my apron. My last shift was officially over. I would have told you sooner, but... Well, you never asked about my dreams. Not once. Because we knew what was best for you. My mother grabbed my arm. You can't just leave your family. Watch me. I pulled away, walking around the counter. Customers parted like the Red Sea, creating a path to the door. Alexandra, please, my father called. We can fix this. As a family. I turned back one last time. You had 18 years to be a family. You chose to be a fan club for Wyatt instead. You ungrateful. Wyatt started forward again, but this time multiple customers stood up, forming a barrier between us. I think you should leave, an elderly man said firmly. All of you, except her. He nodded at me. My mother looked around, suddenly aware of their audience. Her face flushed with embarrassment. This isn't over, she hissed. Yes, it is. I picked up my bag. My shift is done. My time as your servant is done. Everything is done. Alexis appeared beside me with her car keys. Need a ride? Actually, Jamie's voice came from the doorway. I've got that covered. He stood there with his own keys, looking apologetically at Wyatt. I'm sorry it came to this, man, but she deserves her shot. You're both dead to me, Wyatt spat. Better dead to you than living for you, I said. I walked out with Jamie and Alexis, leaving my family standing in the cafe. Through the window, I saw my father sink into a chair, head in his hands. My mother stood frozen, mascara still running. And Wyatt looked lost, like a puppet whose strings had finally been cut. Where to? Jamie asked as we got in his car. I pulled out my welcome packet, the one thing I'd fought so hard to achieve. The airport. I need to confirm my flight details. A week early? No. I looked back at the cafe one last time. I'm changing my ticket. I'm done waiting. As we pulled away, I saw my mother run out, calling my name. But her voice faded into the distance, replaced by the sound of freedom approaching. Next stop, Switzerland. The Swiss autumn air was crisp as I walked across ETH Zurich's campus, my architecture models tucked safely in my portfolio. My phone buzzed. Alexis calling on video chat. Ready for your big presentation? Her familiar face filled the screen. As ready as I'll ever be. I adjusted my blazer. How's the cafe? Different without you, but guess who came in yesterday? My steps slowed. Who? Your dad. He asked for your address again. I sighed. What did you tell him? Same thing as always. That it's not my place to give it out. She paused. He looked rough, Alex. Said your mom had to start working at the mall after they sold the house. And Wyatt? Delivering groceries, last I heard. Jamie says he's taking online classes at community college now, actually studying this time. I reached the presentation hall, where my architectural models waited. I have to go. Final review in 10 minutes. Wait! Alexis's voice stopped me. There's something else. Your dad left this. She held up an envelope. Through the video, I could make out my name in my father's handwriting. Should I open it? I hesitated. The last letter I'd gotten from them, 3 months ago, was full of my mother's accusations and Wyatt's bitter words. But this one was just from Dad. Read it. Alexis opened the envelope. Dear Alexandra, I found your old sketchbooks in the attic while packing up the house, the ones you used to hide under your mattress. All those beautiful buildings you drew, all those dreams we ignored. She paused, wiping her eyes. I'm sorry it took losing everything to see what was right in front of us. I'm sorry we made you hide your light. I'm sorry I was a coward. My throat tightened. Is there more? Just this. I don't expect forgiveness. I just want you to know that somewhere in Switzerland, there's a father who finally understands what he lost, and he's proud of you. Love, Dad. The presentation hall door opened. My professor poked her head out. Alexandra, we're ready. Go, Alexis said. Show them what you can do. I walked into the hall where the review board waited. My final project, a community centre designed to transform abandoned spaces into places of learning and growth, stood on the presentation table. As I began my presentation, my phone buzzed one last time. A text from Jamie. Your mum came to the law school today. She's been going around warning parents about the cost of favouritism. I think she finally gets it. I put my phone away and faced the review board. This project is about transformation, I began, about taking broken systems and building something new, something better. One of the professors leaned forward. And what inspired this design? I thought about my father's letter, about my mother's warnings, about Wyatt's fall and slow rebuild, about all the nights I spent hiding my dreams. I grew up in a house that looked perfect from the outside, I said, but inside, it was full of rot. This design is about creating spaces where no one has to hide, where everyone's potential matters, The board members exchanged looks. The head professor smiled. Tell us more. As I walked them through my design, I thought about karma, about justice, about the price of freedom. My family had built their dreams on my back, and when I stepped away, everything collapsed. But here I was, building something new, something real. My phone buzzed again in my bag. Probably Alexis, or Jamie, or maybe even my father again. They were all part of my story, but they weren't my whole story anymore. I pointed to the central atrium in my model, where light streamed through carefully placed windows. In architecture, we learn that the strongest structures are the ones built on honest foundations. You can't create something lasting from lies and shortcuts, the head professor nodded. And what happens to the broken pieces? In your design? I smiled, thinking of Wyatt in his delivery uniform, of my mother warning other parents, of my father finally finding my hidden sketchbooks. We don't throw them away, I said. We transform them. We learn from them. And sometimes that's the greatest design of all. The board started clapping. Through the presentation hall windows, I could see the Swiss Alps rising against the autumn sky. My future, built on my own honest foundation, stretched out before me. And somewhere back home, in a much smaller house, my family was learning to build something honest too. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. But maybe it was the beginning of understanding. And for now, that was enough.
The letter trembled in my hands as I stared at the words that would change everything. You've always held me back. Lonnie's handwriting, usually so precise and controlled, was messy and rushed, like he couldn't wait to get the words out, to get away from me. My name is Catherine, and after 15 years of marriage, my husband left me for another woman via a letter on our kitchen counter. The coward couldn't even say it to my face. I sat at our marble island, the one we'd picked out together during the renovation 3 years ago, and read the letter again. The house felt too quiet, too empty. The ticking of the antique clock Lonnie's mother had given us for our 10th anniversary seemed to mock me with each second. My phone buzzed. Lexi's name flashed across the screen. My cousin, my best friend since childhood. Have you heard from Lonnie? Her voice was careful, measured. Oh, I've heard from him all right. I smoothed the letter against the counter. He left me a goodbye note like I'm some kind of roommate he's trying to dodge rent from. What? Catherine, I'm coming over. 20 minutes later, Lexi burst through my front door, still in her yoga clothes, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun. She took one look at me and wrapped me in a hug that smelled like lavender and sweat. Tell me everything, she said, pulling back to study my face. I handed her the letter. Her eyes widened as she read, her perfectly manicured nails digging into the paper. That bastard, she whispered. And Vanessa Clark, the socialite. I jerked my head up. How did you know about Vanessa? Lexi's face flushed. I saw them together at LeBlanc last week. I was going to tell you, but I wanted to be sure first. The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. You knew? For a whole week? Catherine, Get out. My voice was eerily calm. Please, let me explain. Get out, I screamed, surprising us both. After Lexi left, I wandered through the house like a ghost, touching things that suddenly felt foreign. Photos of Lonnie and me smiled back at me from every wall. Lies frozen in time. I grabbed the nearest frame and hurled it across the room. The glass shattered satisfyingly against the wall. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Camden, my old college friend who'd recently moved back to town. Catherine, Lexi called me. Are you okay? I laughed bitterly. Define okay. I'm bringing wine and pizza, no arguments. An hour later, Camden and I sat on my kitchen floor, surrounded by empty pizza boxes and wine bottles. I told him everything, including Lexi's betrayal. You know what the worst part is? I took another sip of wine. He's probably at Vanessa's right now, in her mansion, laughing about how he finally broke free from his ball and chain. "Then he's an idiot," Camden said firmly. "And he'll realize it too late." I was about to respond when something caught my eye. A corner of yellowed paper peeking out from behind the fallen photo I'd thrown earlier. I crawled over and pulled it free. "What's that?" Camden asked. My hands shook as I unfolded the letter. "It's from my Aunt Victoria. She died last year." I scanned the contents, my heart beginning to race. "Camden, this doesn't make sense. She mentions an inheritance, something valuable she left for me, but I never received anything after her death." "What exactly does it say?" I read aloud. "My dearest Catherine, when the time comes, remember that true wealth lies in the safe behind the portrait. The combination is the date we first met, the day you changed my life. With love, Victoria." Camden leaned forward. "The portrait? What portrait?" I stood up, suddenly energized despite the wine. "Her self-portrait, the one she willed to me that's been in storage since her death." My mind was racing. "Camden, help me make some calls. I need to find that painting." As I dialed the storage facility's number, a strange calm settled over me. For the first time since finding Lonnie's letter, I felt something other than despair, something that felt dangerously close to hope. Or maybe it was revenge. The storage facility was a maze of identical metal doors, our footsteps echoing off concrete floors. The manager, a balding man named Pete, led us to Unit 247. "Here it is, ma'am, just like you left it last year." I fumbled with the key, my hands trembling slightly. Camden stood beside me, coffee in hand. We'd both needed it after last night's wine session. The door creaked open, revealing stacks of boxes and furniture draped in white sheets. The portrait was easy to spot, propped against the back wall. Aunt Victoria's piercing eyes seemed to follow me as I approached. "That's quite something," Camden whispered, helping me lift the heavy frame. We carefully carried it to my SUV. Back at home, we positioned it in the living room, where sunlight streamed through the windows. I studied the ornate frame, running my fingers along its edges. There has to be a mechanism or... My voice trailed off as I felt a slight click. The frame swung forward, revealing a small wall safe behind it. "Damn," Camden breathed. "Your aunt wasn't kidding." I pulled out my phone, scrolling through old photos until I found what I needed. A picture from my 16th birthday, the day I first met Victoria. "July 18th, 1998, I muttered, turning the dial. The safe opened with a soft click. Inside was a leather portfolio and an envelope addressed to me. My hand shook as I opened the letter. "My dearest Catherine, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and you've solved my little puzzle. What you hold in your hands is the truth about our family's legacy, specifically your inheritance. I've kept these documents hidden because I knew certain people would try to prevent you from receiving what's rightfully yours. The portfolio contains proof of your ownership of significant shares in Victoria's Secret Gardens, the company your grandfather and I built together. These shares were meant for you on your 21st birthday, but your father's gambling debts complicated things. I've spent years legally protecting this inheritance for you. Contact Jarrett Evans. He's been my lawyer for 20 years and knows everything. Trust him. Love always, Victoria." I sat heavily on the couch, staring at the documents. Victoria's Secret Gardens was one of the largest luxury spa chains in the country. The shares in my hands were worth millions. My phone rang, making me jump. It was Lexi. "Catherine, please, we need to talk." I ended the call without answering and immediately dialed the number for Jarrett Evans that was paperclipped to the documents. "Jarrett Evans speaking. Mr. Evans, this is Catherine Benson. I just found some documents from my Aunt Victoria." There was a pause. "I've been waiting for this call for over a year, Catherine. Can you come to my office today?" 2 hours later, Camden and I sat in a sleek downtown office while Jarrett, a distinguished man in his 40s, examined the documents. "Everything appears to be in order," he said, looking up. Victoria was very thorough. "These shares represent a 30% ownership in Victoria's secret gardens. She arranged everything so they couldn't be touched by your father's creditors or any future claims. Future claims? I asked. Such as a divorce settlement, he said pointedly. My heart skipped a beat. How did she know? Victoria was an excellent judge of character. She never trusted Lonnie. He leaned forward. Catherine, there's something else you should know. Vanessa Clark has been trying to acquire controlling interest in the company for months. These shares would prevent that from happening. I felt a cold smile spread across my face. You mean the same Vanessa Clark who's sleeping with my husband? The very same. Jarrett's expression matched mine. Would you like to know how we can proceed? Just then, my phone buzzed with a text from Lexi. Had lunch with Vanessa today. She's not the monster you think she is. Give her a chance? I showed the message to Camden, who whistled low. Looks like your cousin's picked her side. I turned to Jarrett, my decision made. Tell me everything I need to know. And then we're going to make some changes. As Jarrett outlined our strategy, I felt a surge of energy I hadn't experienced since finding Lonnie's letter. My aunt hadn't just left me money, she'd left me power, and I intended to use it. One more thing, Jarrett said, pulling out another envelope. Victoria left this for you too. She said to give it to you once you found everything else. I opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a single photo. Victoria, at my age, standing proud in front of her first spa location. On the back, she'd written, "Sometimes the best revenge is living well. Make them regret underestimating you." I tucked the photo into my purse, my aunt's words burning into my mind. Oh, they would regret it. They would regret it all. The charity gala was in full swing when I walked in, wearing a black dress that cost more than my old monthly budget. Heads turned. They always did when someone entered the crystal ballroom. But this time, the whispers that followed were different. Is that Catherine? Lonnie's ex? I heard she... I smiled, remembering Jarrett's words from our strategy meeting. Let them talk. Every whisper works in our favor. Camden appeared at my elbow, handsome in his tuxedo. Ready to make some waves? Born ready. I accepted a champagne flute from a passing waiter. Is she here? Northwest corner. With Lexi. I turned casually, spotting them immediately. Vanessa held court near the windows, wearing a red dress that probably cost more than most cars. Lexi stood beside her, laughing at something she'd said. The sight made my stomach turn. Catherine, a familiar voice called out. Margaret, the gala's organizer and an old family friend, hurried over. I'm so glad you came. And is it true about you taking over your aunt's position on the board? I nodded, noting how the nearby conversation suddenly quieted. Yes, I'm attending my first board meeting next week. How wonderful! Margaret's voice carried perfectly. Victoria would be so proud. She always said you were the only one who truly understood her vision for the company. From the corner of my eye, I saw Vanessa's head snap in our direction. Bingo. My phone buzzed. A text from Jarrett. Documents filed. Everything set for Monday. Excuse me, a smooth voice interrupted. Vanessa stood before us, Lexi hovering anxiously behind her. Catherine, darling, we simply must catch up. Must we? I took a deliberate sip of champagne. I insist. Her perfectly manicured hand gripped my arm, steering me toward a quiet corner. I think we got off on the wrong foot. I raised an eyebrow. Is that what we're calling sleeping with my husband? Ex-husband, she corrected with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. And really, I did you a favor. Lonnie was never meant for small-town life. How thoughtful of you. I matched her smile. Speaking of favors, how's your acquisition going? I heard there were some complications. The flash of anger in her eyes was worth every second of the past month's pain. Catherine, Lexi stepped forward, please don't make this difficult. Vanessa's offering to buy your shares at well above market value. I turned to my cousin, feeling a fresh wave of betrayal. And how long have you been her errand girl, Lexi? Was it before or after she started sleeping with my husband? Lexi flinched. That's not fair. I'm trying to help everyone get what they want. What I want? I laughed softly. What I want is for my cousin to remember who she is. What I want is for my husband's mistress to realize she's not as clever as she thinks she is. Listen here, you little... Vanessa started, but I cut her off. No, you listen. Those shares aren't for sale. Not now, not ever. And on Monday, when the board announces the new majority shareholder, you'll understand exactly why my aunt chose me to carry on her legacy. I turned to leave, but Vanessa grabbed my arm again. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Actually, I pulled free. I do. I'm dealing with a woman who's leveraged herself to the hilt trying to buy up company shares, not realizing Victoria had already secured the controlling interest. I'm dealing with someone who thought seducing my husband would somehow give her an advantage in business negotiations. How's that working out for you, by the way? The color drained from her face. Behind her, Lexi's eyes widened. Catherine, Lexi reached for me. I didn't know. Save it. I stepped back. You chose your side. Now live with it. I walked away, feeling their stares burning into my back. Camden met me halfway across the room. That looked intense, he said, guiding me toward the exit. It was necessary. I checked my phone as another text came through, this time from my bank. The transfer was complete. Victoria's inheritance was officially mine. Outside, the night air was cool against my skin. A familiar car pulled up, Lonnie's Mercedes. He stepped out, straightening his tie. Catherine? He stopped short, taking in my appearance. You look different. Amazing what self-respect does for a woman's appearance. I smiled sweetly. Enjoy the party. I hear Vanessa could use a drink. As Camden and I walked to our car, I heard the ballroom doors open behind us. Vanessa's voice carried across the parking lot. Lonnie, we need to talk. Now. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. The sound of their arguing told me everything I needed to know. Victoria was right. Sometimes the best revenge is simply watching karma do its work. And karma was just getting started. The boardroom at Victoria's Secret Gardens headquarters felt like an arena. 14 pairs of eyes watched me take my seat at the massive mahogany table. Jarrett sat to my right, a reassuring presence in an expensive suit. Before we begin, Vanessa announced from the other end of the table, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. She smiled tightly. Catherine's unexpected inheritance. Is there something specific you'd like to discuss? I kept my voice level, remembering Jarrett's coaching. Just wondering about the timing. It seems convenient that these shares suddenly appeared right when I was close to acquiring majority control. An older board member, Robert, cleared his throat. The shares were never hidden, Ms. Clark. Victoria was quite clear about her succession plans. Which you'd know, I added, if you'd done proper due diligence before trying to hostile take over my family's company. The door burst open. Lonnie stormed in, his face red. This is ridiculous. You can't just... Mr. Benson, Jarrett stood smoothly. This is a private board meeting. You'll need to leave. Like hell I will. Catherine, what game are you playing? I remained seated, maintaining eye contact with Vanessa. Security, please escort my ex-husband from the premises. 2 guards appeared almost immediately. Lonnie struggled as they led him out, his voice echoing down the hallway. You can't do this to me. Actually, I finally turned to face the door. I can. And I just did. Vanessa's perfectly manicured nails drummed against the table. That was unnecessary. Like sleeping with my husband while trying to steal my aunt's company. A few board members shifted uncomfortably. Others tried to hide their smirks. Let's focus on business, Robert suggested, clearly enjoying the drama. Catherine, you called this meeting. The floor is yours. I opened my laptop, connecting it to the projector. Thank you. I've reviewed our operations, and I've identified several areas where we're falling short of Victoria's original vision. For the next hour, I laid out my plans. New wellness programs, community outreach initiatives, employee profit sharing. With each slide, I watched Vanessa's expression grow darker. This is absurd, she finally interrupted. These programs will cut into our profit margins. Actually, Jarrett distributed some documents. Our projections show increased customer loyalty and employee retention will more than offset the initial investment. My phone buzzed. A text from Camden. TV crews outside. Story about Vanessa's failed takeover hitting news at 6. I smiled. Which brings me to our final point, public relations. Vanessa's face went pale. She glanced at her own phone, likely seeing the same news alerts I'd planned with Jarrett. This meeting is over, she stood abruptly. My lawyers will what? I asked softly. Contest the legitimate inheritance of shares. Question Victoria's mental state when she made her will. Go ahead, the publicity will be fascinating. The boardroom door opened again. This time, Lexi walked in, holding a manila envelope. What are you doing here? Vanessa snapped. Lexi avoided her gaze, walking straight to me. I found these in your old house. Thought you should have them. I opened the envelope. Inside were documents showing Vanessa's attempts to pressure Victoria into selling before her death, including some very aggressive emails. Thank you, Lexi. I meant it. She nodded, tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Catherine. I didn't know about any of it. Lexi! Vanessa's voice cracked like a whip. Remember what we discussed? My cousin straightened her spine. Yes, I do. I remember everything we discussed, including your plans to force Catherine out once you had control. The boardroom erupted in murmurs. Vanessa grabbed her bag, practically running for the door. This isn't over. Actually, I called after her, it is. Security will show you out, permanently. After she left, Robert stood up, applauding. Others joined in. Victoria would be proud, he said. Welcome home, Catherine. Later, in my new office, Victoria's old office, Lexi and I sat across from each other, the weight of months of betrayal between us. I was stupid, she whispered. So stupid. Yes, you were. I poured us both some tea, but you came through in the end. Can you ever forgive me? I thought about Victoria's words. Sometimes the best revenge is living well. It'll take time, I said honestly, but we're family. Real family, not whatever game Vanessa was playing. My phone buzzed again. A news alert. Socialite's failed takeover attempt leads to major stock losses. I showed it to Lexi, who let out a low whistle. What happens now? Now? I looked around the office, at Victoria's portrait on the wall, at the city skyline beyond the windows. Now we build something better, together. The tea was perfect, Victoria's special blend. Everything was exactly as it should be. The renovation of Victoria's Secret Gardens flagship location was in full swing when Camden found me in the construction zone, hard hat in place, reviewing blueprints with the contractors. You need to see this, he said, holding up his tablet. The headline read, Power Couples Fall from Grace. Vanessa Clark files for bankruptcy. Lonnie Benson named in financial investigation. Karma works faster than I expected, I mused, directing a worker where to place a support beam. That's not all. Camden scrolled down. Apparently, Vanessa's been running a Ponzi scheme through her investment firm. Your aunt's shares weren't the only thing she was trying to acquire illegally. A familiar voice interrupted us. Catherine, do you have a minute? Lexi stood in the doorway, clutching a stack of folders. Since her confession in the boardroom 2 weeks ago, she'd been working overtime to prove her loyalty, helping me implement Victoria's vision for the company. The women's shelter called, she said. They want to know if we're still on for the partnership program. Absolutely. I handed the blueprints to the contractor. Set up a meeting for tomorrow and get Maria from HR involved. We'll need to start training their residents for our apprenticeship program. My phone rang. Jarrett's name flashed on the screen. Catherine, turn on the news, now. Camden already had his tablet ready. We huddled around it as the reporter spoke. Sources say Vanessa Clark attempted to flee the country this morning, but was detained at the airport. Her partner, Lonnie Benson, remains at large. Holy shit, Lexi whispered. My phone buzzed again, an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. Catherine, Lonnie's voice was desperate. Please, I need your help. Interesting choice of words, I replied coldly. Considering you said I was nothing but a burden. Baby, I was wrong, so wrong. Vanessa, she manipulated me. She used me to get to you, to the company. I see that now. Where are you, Lonnie? I can't say, but if you could just loan me some money, help me get out of town. You mean help you evade arrest? I caught Camden's eye and he nodded, already dialing someone. Keep him talking, he mouthed. Catherine, please, for old time's sake, remember how good we were together. I remember everything, Lonnie, including how you left me with nothing but a note. I'll make it up to you, I promise, just... His voice cut off abruptly. In the background, I heard, FBI, hands where we can see them. I ended the call, hands shaking slightly. Camden put his arm around me. You okay? Better than okay. I straightened my hard hat. Let's get back to work. This place isn't going to renovate itself. The rest of the day flew by in a blur of decisions and meetings. By evening, I stood in what would become the main therapy room, watching the sunset through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's really coming together, Camden said, joining me. Victoria would have loved it. I touched the wall, feeling the smooth texture of the new paint. She always said our spas should be more than just luxury retreats. They should be sanctuaries. Speaking of sanctuaries, he hesitated. The realtor called. Your old house sold. I nodded. After everything that happened, I couldn't stand living there anymore. The proceeds would go to the new charitable foundation I was establishing, helping women rebuild their lives after similar betrayals. Ms. Catherine, Maria from HR appeared. The first group of apprentices is here for orientation. In the conference room, 20 women sat nervously, many bearing the invisible scars of broken relationships and shattered dreams. I recognized that look. I'd seen it in my own mirror not so long ago. Welcome to Victoria's Secret Gardens, I began. I know what it's like to feel lost, betrayed, worthless, but I also know what it's like to rise above it. This program isn't just about job training. It's about reclaiming your power. One woman raised her hand. We heard about what happened with your husband and that socialite. How did you stay so strong? I thought about Victoria's hidden inheritance, about Lexi's redemption, about Camden's unwavering support. By remembering that our worst moments don't define us, our response to them does. Later, as I packed up my office for the day, Lexi brought in the evening papers. The headlines screamed about Lonnie's arrest and Vanessa's impending trial. Quite a day, she said, setting them on my desk. Quite a month. I looked at Victoria's portrait. But you know what? I wouldn't change any of it. Really, not even the painful parts. Especially not those. I smiled, gathering my things. Sometimes you need to be broken down completely to build something better in your place. Outside, the city lights twinkled like stars. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new chances to make Victoria's legacy proud. But for now, I was exactly where I needed to be. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters when I arrived for Vanessa's trial. 6 months had passed since her arrest, and the media circus hadn't died down one bit. Ms. Catherine, any comment on today's proceedings? How do you feel about testifying against your ex-husband? Is it true Vanessa Clark threatened you? I pushed through the crowd, Camden at my side acting as a buffer. Inside, Jarrett waited by the security checkpoint. Ready? He asked, straightening his tie. Born ready. I smoothed my navy blazer, Victoria's favorite, found in the back of her closet. Is he here? Lonnie's being brought in from county. Vanessa's already inside with her lawyer. The courtroom was packed. I spotted Lexi in the gallery, who gave me a small wave. She'd be testifying later about Vanessa's manipulation and schemes. As I took my seat at the prosecution's table, the side door opened. Vanessa entered in an orange jumpsuit, a far cry from her designer dresses. Our eyes met briefly. The hatred in her gaze could have melted steel. All rise, The proceedings began with opening statements. I half listened as the prosecutor detailed Vanessa's financial crimes, my attention caught by movement at the door. Lonnie was being led in, also in custody orange. He'd lost weight, his once perfect hair now unkempt. The prosecution calls Catherine to the stand. Walking to the witness box, I felt surprisingly calm. Months of preparation with Jarrett had readied me for this moment. Please state your name for the record. Catherine Marie Benson. And how do you know the defendant? She had an affair with my husband while attempting to illegally acquire my family's company. Vanessa's lawyer objected, but the judge overruled. Tell us about the events leading up to March 15th. I detailed everything. Finding Lonnie's letter, discovering Victoria's inheritance, uncovering Vanessa's scheme. With each word, I watched Vanessa's composed facade crack further. Did Miss Clark ever threaten you directly? Yes. At the charity gala, she... Objection. Vanessa stood up suddenly. She's lying. This is all because she couldn't keep her husband satisfied. Miss Clark, control yourself. The judge banged his gavel. Tell them, Lonnie. Vanessa turned to him. Tell them how Catherine trapped you in that boring life. Lonnie wouldn't meet her eyes. Or mine. Remove Ms. Clark until she can compose herself, the judge ordered. As guards led Vanessa out, she screamed, You think you've won. You're nothing. Nothing. During the recess, I found Camden by the water fountain. That was intense, he said, handing me a coffee. Did you see Lonnie's face when Vanessa lost it? I couldn't help smiling. Karma really is a spectacular thing. Catherine, Lexi approached cautiously. They're ready for my testimony. You'll do fine. I squeezed her hand. Just tell the truth. Back in the courtroom, a calmer Vanessa had returned. Lexi took the stand, visibly nervous. Ms. Benson, please describe your relationship with the defendant. She befriended me to get information about Catherine and Victoria's secret gardens. She told me she'd make me a partner in her investment firm if I helped her. And did you believe her? At first, but then I found documents proving she was lying to everyone. She never intended to honor any of her promises. Vanessa's lawyer tried to discredit Lexi's testimony, but the evidence was overwhelming. Bank records, emails, recorded conversations, it all painted a clear picture of calculated deception. The final blow came when Lonnie took the stand. Mr. Benson, did Ms. Clark instruct you to marry Catherine to gain access to her family's business? Lonnie's voice was barely audible. No, that was real, at least at first. When did things change? He glanced at me, then quickly away. Vanessa approached me 3 years ago, said she knew about my gambling debts, promised to help if I helped her get close to Catherine's family. You son of a bitch, Vanessa hissed. The judge called for order as Vanessa's lawyer desperately tried to damage control. But the truth was out, and nothing could put it back in its box. Hours later, I stood on the courthouse steps again, this time facing the reporters by choice. Ms. Catherine, what's next for Victoria's Secret Gardens? We're expanding our community outreach programs, I announced, including a new foundation helping women rebuild their lives after domestic abuse and financial fraud. Sometimes, the best way forward is to help others find their way too. As the cameras flashed, I caught sight of Vanessa being led to a prison transport van. Our eyes met one final time. I smiled and waved, channeling every ounce of Victoria's elegant grace. Behind me, Camden chuckled. You enjoyed that, didn't you? Maybe a little. I turned away from the van. Come on, we have a foundation to build. The future stretched out before me, bright and full of possibility. Victoria would have been proud. 1 year after the trial, I stood on stage at the grand reopening of Victoria's Secret Gardens' flagship location. The renovation had transformed it into something beyond even my dreams. A perfect blend of luxury and healing. Today marks not just a reopening, I addressed the crowd, but a rebirth. Every woman who walks through these doors will find more than just spa treatments. They'll find hope. The audience applauded as I cut the ribbon. Camera flashes lit up the morning air. In the front row, Camden beamed proudly, while Lexi dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. And now, I continued, I'm honored to introduce our first graduating class of the Victoria's New Beginnings program. 20 women walked onto the stage, each wearing the spa's signature uniform. These were the same nervous faces from that first orientation, now transformed by confidence and purpose. Sarah, one of the graduates, stepped up to the microphone. A year ago, I was living in my car after leaving an abusive relationship. Today, I'm a licensed massage therapist and the new assistant manager of the wellness department. More applause, more tears, more hope. After the ceremony, during the reception, Jarrett pulled me aside. Have you seen this? He showed me his phone. The headline read, Lonnie Benson released early for good behavior. I heard. I sipped my champagne. He sent me a letter last week. And nothing. That chapter's closed. Speaking of chapters, Camden joined us, grinning. Tell them your news. I blushed. The publisher accepted my book proposal. Rising from the Ashes, A Guide to Rebuilding Your Life, will be out next spring. Victoria would be over the moon, Lexi said, appearing with a plate of hors d'oeuvres. Remember how she always said you should write? She said a lot of things that turned out to be right. I touched the locket around my neck, Victoria's, found in the safe behind her portrait. A commotion at the entrance caught our attention. Robert, the board member who'd supported me from the start, rushed in. Catherine, turn on the news. Someone grabbed the remote, and the reception's massive screens flickered to life. A reporter stood outside a federal courthouse. Breaking news. Vanessa Clark's appeal has been denied. Additionally, new evidence suggests her financial crimes extend further than initially thought, potentially adding years to her sentence. Well, Camden raised his glass. Here's to karma. The party continued, but I slipped away to Victoria's old office, now mine. The city sparkled beyond the windows, just as it had that first night I'd taken possession of my inheritance. A knock at the door. Catherine? I turned to find Sarah, still in her graduation robe. Everything okay? More than okay. She twisted her hands nervously. I wanted to thank you, not just for the program, but for showing us it's possible to start over. You did all the hard work. Maybe, but you showed us the way. She hesitated. There's someone here to see you, in the lobby. Curious, I took the elevator down. The lobby was nearly empty now, most guests having moved to the reception area. But one person remained, standing awkwardly by the fountain. Lonnie. He looked older, greyer. Prison had stripped away his polished exterior, leaving something raw and uncertain. Catherine. His voice cracked. You've done amazing things here. What do you want, Lonnie? To apologize. Really apologize, not like before. He shuffled his feet. I read about your foundation in the paper, the women you're helping. It made me realize how wrong I was, about everything. Thank you for saying that. I kept my voice neutral. But if you're looking for forgiveness, I'm not. He shook his head. I don't deserve it. I needed you to know that you never held me back. I held myself back, and I'll regret losing you for the rest of my life. Before I could respond, Camden appeared at my side. Everything all right here? Lonnie's eyes darted between us, understanding dawning on his face. I should go. Just congratulations, Catherine, on all of this. You deserve it. We watched him leave through the grand entrance. Camden squeezed my hand. You okay? Perfect. I smiled, meaning it. Let's get back to the party. Upstairs, the celebration was in full swing. Our graduates danced with their families, board members mingled with shelter workers, and Lexi was giving tours to potential donors. I looked at Victoria's portrait on the wall, at her knowing smile. She'd seen this potential in me long before I'd seen it in myself. Thank you, I whispered to her image. The locket around my neck felt warm against my skin, like a gentle reminder. Sometimes the greatest revenge isn't about getting even. It's about getting better. And I was just getting started. The morning sun streamed through the windows of Victoria's secret gardens as I walked through the quiet halls before opening hours. My heels clicked against the marble floors, the same sound I remembered from visiting Aunt Victoria as a child. My phone buzzed. A news alert. Vanessa Clark denied early release. Additional charges filed. "Someone's having a bad morning," Camden said, falling into step beside me. He handed me my usual coffee. "Ready for the big announcement?" "As ready as I'll ever be." In the main conference room, board members and employees gathered. Robert winked at me from his seat. Lexi stood near the podium, reviewing her notes one last time. "Ladies and gentlemen," I began, "when I took over this company, I made a promise to honor Victoria's vision while forging our own path forward. Today, we're taking another step in that direction." Lexi stepped up, clicking through presentation slides. "Our New Beginnings program has achieved a 92% success rate. We've helped over 200 women rebuild their lives. And now we're expanding." The room burst into applause as we revealed the plans for 5 new locations, each with integrated training facilities and transitional housing. "But that's not all," I continued. "We're launching the Victoria Simmons Scholarship Fund, providing full university tuition for survivors of domestic abuse and financial fraud." More applause. More tears. Sarah, now our head of community outreach, hugged me tight. The door opened. Jarrett entered, carrying a thick envelope. "It's done," he whispered, handing it to me. I opened it right there, in front of everyone. The documents inside represented the final victory, complete ownership of Victoria's secret gardens, with ironclad protections for our charitable programs. To Victoria, Robert raised his coffee cup. And to Catherine, who proved that success is the best revenge. After the meeting, Camden found me in Victoria's garden, the rooftop sanctuary she'd created for quiet reflection. "Penny for your thoughts." He sat beside me on the marble bench. "I was just thinking about that letter Lonnie left me. You've always held me back." I touched a blooming rose. He was so wrong. I wasn't holding anyone back. I was just waiting to bloom myself. "Speaking of blooming," Camden shifted nervously. "There's something I've been wanting to ask you." Before he could continue, my phone rang. Unknown number. "Hello? Catherine?" Lexi's voice was urgent. "Turn on the news, now." Camden already had his tablet out. The headline made my breath catch. "Former socialite Vanessa Clark attempts prison escape, found unconscious in utility tunnel." "I guess karma wasn't finished with her yet," Camden mused. "No," I smiled. "I suppose not." We walked back inside, where the day was in full swing. Women filled the halls, some in spa robes, others in business attire, all part of the transformation this place represented. In my office, I found a letter on my desk. The return address was the state prison. "Another one from Lonnie?" Camden asked. "No." I opened it carefully. "It's from Vanessa." The letter was short. "You won. I hope you're happy with your perfect little empire of broken women. But remember, everything that goes around comes around." I laughed, feeding the letter into the shredder. She still doesn't get it, does she? This was never about winning or losing. It was about building something meaningful from the ashes of betrayal. Speaking of building something, Camden took my hand. "What I was trying to say earlier. Catherine, will you—" A knock interrupted us. Sarah stood in the doorway with a group of new program participants. "Sorry to interrupt, but these ladies wanted to meet the woman who started it all." I looked at their faces, nervous, hopeful, determined. Just like I'd been that day I found Lonnie's letter. "Welcome to Victoria's Secret Gardens," I said warmly. "Let me tell you about a woman named Victoria, who taught me that sometimes life's greatest gifts come disguised as our worst moments." Camden squeezed my hand, understanding his moment would come later. This was more important. As I shared Victoria's story, and mine, with these women, I felt the final pieces click into place. The betrayals, the pain, the victories. They'd all led here, to this moment, to these lives I could help change. Victoria's portrait smiled down at us, that knowing look in her eyes. She'd seen it all along. The strength I had inside, waiting to emerge. I touched the locket around my neck, feeling its familiar warmth. Some people might call it revenge, this empire built from betrayal. But I knew better. This wasn't revenge. This was redemption. And it was beautiful.
Trinity, we need to talk. Those 5 words shattered my world at 3:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was arranging the last of the autumn chrysanthemums I'd just brought in from the garden. The garden I'd planted from nothing but clay and determination 20 years ago. My name is Trinity, and until that moment, I thought I knew exactly who I was. Devoted wife, loving mother, keeper of this home that I'd poured my soul into creating. Caleb stood in the doorway of our living room, the one I'd decorated by hand with furniture I'd refinished myself and curtains I'd sewn during late nights when the kids were small. His face wore an expression I'd never seen before. Cold, distant, like he was looking at a stranger. "What's wrong?" I set down the vase, my hands already trembling. "Is it one of the kids? Your mother?" "Sit down." I perched on the edge of our sofa, the one I'd reupholstered 3 times over the years, because we couldn't afford to replace it. Caleb remained standing, towering over me like a judge about to deliver a sentence. "I'm leaving you, Trinity. I've fallen in love with someone else." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What?" "Caleb, what are you talking about? Her name is Tori. She makes me feel alive again. Young, like I matter. You matter to me, to Haley and Anthony, we're your family." He shook his head, and I saw something cruel flicker in his eyes. "This marriage has been dead for years. You know it, I know it. I'm done pretending." "Pretending?" My voice cracked. "I've given you everything. I gave up college for you, gave up my career plans, gave up—" "Nobody asked you to do that." His tone was ice. "That was your choice." I stared at him. This man I'd loved since I was 23. This man whose children I'd raised, whose dreams I'd supported even when it meant sacrificing my own. "Caleb, please, we can work through this. We can go to counseling." "I don't want to work through it. I want out." He pulled an envelope from his jacket pocket. "I've already filed the papers. You have 30 days to find somewhere else to live." 30 days? I shot to my feet. This is my home, too. Our children live here. "It's my house, Trinity. My name on the deed, my mortgage payments. The kids can visit you wherever you end up." Before I could respond, the front door opened. My blood turned to ice as a young woman walked in like she owned the place. Blonde, beautiful, probably half my age. She looked around my living room with calculating eyes, already mentally rearranging everything I'd built. "You must be Trinity." Her voice was honey-sweet with an edge of steel. "I'm Tori. I've heard so much about you." I couldn't speak. This woman, this girl, was standing in my home, looking at my husband like he was her prize. "Tori's going to be staying here while you transition," Caleb said, not even having the decency to look ashamed. "You're moving her in while I'm still here?" The words came out as a whisper. "It's easier this way, less disruptive for everyone." Tori smiled at me, and it was the most condescending expression I'd ever seen. "Don't worry, Trinity. I'll take good care of everything. The house, Caleb, the kids when they're here. You don't need to worry about any of it anymore." My phone rang, cutting through the suffocating silence. Caleb's mother's name flashed on the screen. "Answer it," Caleb said. "She already knows." With shaking fingers, I swiped to accept the call. Well, Sandra's voice dripped with satisfaction. "I always knew this day would come. 20 years of you playing house, thinking you'd landed yourself a meal ticket. Guess what, sweetheart? The gravy train just derailed." "Sandra, save it. I never liked you. Never thought you were good enough for my son. At least now he's found someone with some class. Someone who can actually contribute something besides playing housewife. The line went dead. I stood there, phone still pressed to my ear, while Caleb and Tori watched me like I was some pathetic creature they'd found wounded on the side of the road. I think I'll go start dinner, Tori announced brightly. Trinity, you don't mind if I use your kitchen, do you? Oh, wait. I guess it's my kitchen now. She disappeared down the hall, her heels clicking on the hardwood floors I'd refinished myself last spring. Caleb cleared his throat. I'll be staying at a hotel tonight. Give you time to process all this. But Trinity? He paused at the doorway. Don't make this harder than it has to be. You've got 30 days. Use them wisely. And then I was alone in my living room, surrounded by 20 years of memories, 20 years of love and sacrifice and dreams, all of it crumbling around me like autumn leaves. I walked to the window and stared out at my garden, at the roses I nursed through harsh winters and the vegetable patch that had fed my family countless meals. Everything I'd built, everything I'd given, dismissed like it meant nothing. But as I stood there, something shifted inside me, something cold and calculating that I'd never felt before. They thought I was broken. They thought I was powerless. They had no idea what they'd just unleashed. The next morning, I made sure to look exactly how they expected me to look, defeated. I shuffled around the kitchen in my oldest robe, hair unwashed, eyes red from crying. When Tori emerged from what used to be my bedroom, she found me staring blankly at a cup of cold coffee. "Oh, honey," she cooed, but her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "You look terrible. Maybe you should think about getting some help. Professional help, I mean." "I don't know what I'm going to do," I whispered, letting my voice crack. 20 years. How do I start over? "Well, you're still youngish," she said, opening my refrigerator like she'd been living here for years. "Maybe you can find a nice little apartment somewhere. Get a job at a grocery store or something." Haley stumbled into the kitchen, took one look at me, and rolled her eyes. "God, Mom, could you be any more pathetic?" "Haley, no, seriously. Dad told me what happened. How you've just been existing all these years, not contributing anything real. At least Tori has her own career, her own money." The words hit like slaps, but I forced myself to crumble visibly. "I gave up everything for this family." "Nobody asked you to," Haley snapped, echoing her father's words. "That's not Dad's fault. That's not our fault. That's on you." Anthony appeared in the doorway, 16 and awkward, looking between his sister and me with confusion. "What's going on?" "Mom's having a breakdown because she can't handle being a grown-up," Haley said coldly. "That's enough." Anthony's voice was quiet but firm. "Leave her alone." "Whatever. I'm staying at Dad's hotel tonight. I can't deal with this drama." Haley grabbed her backpack and stormed out. Anthony lingered for a moment, looking like he wanted to say something, but Tori's presence seemed to intimidate him. He mumbled something about being late for school and left. "Kids are so resilient," Tori said cheerfully, pouring herself orange juice from my carton. "They'll adjust to the new normal in no time." The moment she left for work, I called Ivy. "Trinity? Thank God. I've been worried sick since you texted me last night. Are you okay? Can you come over? I need someone." "I'll be there in 20 minutes. Ivy arrived with coffee and donuts, taking one look at my appearance and pulling me into a fierce hug. "That bastard," she muttered. "That absolute bastard. And his mother calling you like that? I should drive over there and—" "Ivy, sit down. I need to tell you something." She studied my face carefully. "You look like hell. But your eyes? There's something different about your eyes." I led her to the kitchen table and sat across from her. "I need you to think I'm falling apart. Everyone needs to think that." "What are you talking about?" "The house, Ivy. Everyone assumes it's Caleb's because his name is on the deed. But the land, The land underneath it. I bought that with my inheritance from my grandmother. Ivy's eyebrows shot up. The inheritance from when we were 25? But that was 18 years ago, before we built this house. I used every penny of that money to buy this plot of land. Caleb wanted to put everything in his name for tax reasons, said it would be simpler. I was young and stupid and in love, so I agreed to let the house deed be in his name, but I never transferred the land deed. Trinity, Ivy's voice was barely a whisper. Are you saying? I'm saying he can't kick me out of a house that's sitting on my property. And all those renovations he's been talking about? All those loans he's been taking out using the house as collateral? He's been borrowing against a house he doesn't actually own. Ivy stared at me for a long moment, then started laughing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Does he know? He has no idea. Nobody does. I've been playing the perfect broken housewife for 24 hours, and they're all eating it up. What are you going to do? I'm going to let them dig their own graves first. Let them get comfortable. Let them make plans. Let them spend money they don't have on improvements to property they don't own. My phone buzzed with a text from Sandra. Heard you're taking this hard. Good. Maybe now you'll learn some humility. I showed Ivy the message. She shook her head in disgust. That woman has hated you since day one. I know. And now she thinks she's won. I stood up and walked to my bedroom closet, pulling out a small lockbox from behind my winter coats. But I have something she doesn't know about. I opened the box and pulled out a manila folder. Inside was the original deed to the land with my name, and only my name, on it. I need to call my lawyer, I said, pulling out my phone. It's time to remind everyone exactly who owns what around here. Ivy grinned. This is going to be beautiful. Atticus? It's Trinity Sanders. I need to see you as soon as possible. It's about my property. Yes, I said my property. We need to talk. By day 3, Tori had completely taken over. I watched from the kitchen window as she directed movers carrying in her furniture. My grandmother's antique coffee table, the one I lovingly restored, was being hauled to the curb like garbage. Excuse me, I said, stepping outside. That table. Oh, that old thing? Tori waved dismissively. It doesn't match my aesthetic. I'm going for more of a modern vibe. But it's been in my family for... Trinity! Her voice turned sharp. This is hard enough without you clinging to every piece of junk. You need to let go. A black sedan pulled into the driveway, and Sandra climbed out carrying shopping bags and a smug smile. Tori, darling. Sandra rushed over, completely ignoring me. I brought you some housewarming gifts, some proper linens for the master bedroom, and I found the most gorgeous throw pillows. Sandra, you're too sweet. Tori accepted the bags like a queen receiving tribute. Well, someone needs to help you make this place feel like a real home again. It's been so stagnant for so long. They walked past me into the house, chattering about paint colors and furniture arrangements. I followed them inside, maintaining my defeated posture. Mom? Haley appeared at the top of the stairs. Can you please just go somewhere? Tori's trying to organize, and you're just standing around looking miserable. This is still my home for another few weeks, I said quietly. Barely, Sandra snorted. And frankly, the sooner you accept reality, the better off everyone will be. Tori emerged from the living room, holding one of my photo albums. What should I do with all these old pictures? There are boxes of them. Throw them away, Haley said. Mom's obsessed with living in the past anyway. Those are family photos, I protested. Pictures of you and Anthony growing up. I have the ones I want on my phone, Haley shrugged. The rest is just clutter. I watched Tori dump 20 years of memories into a garbage bag, each photo a piece of my heart being discarded. You know what this place needs? Sandra announced, surveying the living room. A complete renovation. Fresh paint, new flooring. Maybe knock down that wall to open up the space. Caleb was just saying the same thing, Tori beamed. He's already gotten quotes from contractors. My ears perked up. Contractors? Oh, yes, Sandra said gleefully. Real improvements, not just your little craft projects and garage sale finds. How much are these improvements going to cost? I asked, trying to sound worried about Caleb's finances rather than thrilled. Don't you worry about that, Tori said condescendingly. Caleb knows how to handle money, unlike some people. That evening, I sat in Atticus's office while he reviewed the documents I'd brought. This is remarkable, Trinity, he said, adjusting his glasses. The land deed is absolutely clear. You are the sole owner of the property. The house may be in Caleb's name, but it's sitting on your land. Oh, what does that mean exactly? It means he's essentially been your tenant for 18 years without realizing it. And if he's taking out loans using the house as collateral, Atticus shook his head. He's borrowing against an asset he doesn't actually control. Can I evict him? Technically, yes. But Trinity, I need you to understand something. This kind of legal action, it's going to get ugly. Your family will never forgive you. My family already doesn't forgive me for existing. Atticus leaned back in his chair. What exactly are you hoping to accomplish here? I want them to understand that I'm not some pathetic housewife they can discard. I want them to know that everything they think they're taking from me, I never lost it in the first place. And the financial consequences for Caleb? That's his problem. He should have thought about that before he decided to humiliate me. The next morning, I intercepted the mail before anyone else could get to it. Mixed in with the usual bills was an invoice from a contractor, $47,000 for kitchen renovations, with a note that work would begin next week. I photographed the invoice and texted it to Atticus with a message. They're spending money they don't have on property they don't own. How much rope should I give them? His response came back immediately. Let them hang themselves. The bigger the debt, the sweeter the justice. That afternoon, I was folding laundry when I overheard Tori on the phone in the living room. Kylie, you should see this place. It's going to be gorgeous once we gut it. Caleb's already approved a $50,000 renovation budget. She paused, listening. No, the ex-wife is completely clueless. She's just moping around like a kicked dog. Honestly, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. Another pause. Trust me, by the time we're done with this place, it'll be worth twice what it is now. And she'll be long gone, probably living in some sad little studio apartment. I smiled as I folded Caleb's shirts. If only she knew that every dollar they spent was just making my eventual victory more expensive for them. My phone buzzed with a text from Ivy. How's the performance going? I typed back, they just approved a $50,000 renovation on my land. Holy shit. You're going to destroy them. They're destroying themselves. I'm just letting them. The contractors arrived on Monday morning at 7 a.m. sharp. I made sure to be in the kitchen, looking appropriately devastated when they started ripping out my cabinets, the ones I'd painted by hand 3 summers ago when money was tight. Ma'am, the foreman approached me hesitantly. We're going to need you to clear out all your dishes and cookware. We're gutting the whole kitchen. Of course, I whispered, letting my voice shake. I'll pack everything up. Tori swept in, wearing a hard hat like she was some kind of construction supervisor. How long do you think this will take? 6 weeks, maybe 8, the foreman replied. Depends on what we find when we open up these walls. Perfect. Trinity, you might want to think about staying somewhere else during construction. It's going to be loud and messy. I don't have anywhere to go, I said, making sure my voice carried just the right note of desperation. Well, that's not really our problem anymore, is it? Tori's smile was razor sharp. I retreated to the living room where Anthony was hunched over his laptop, noise-canceling headphones clamped over his ears. The sound of sledgehammers echoed through the house. This is insane, he muttered, pulling off his headphones. They're destroying everything. It's not our house anymore, honey, I said softly. But it's our home. His voice cracked. All my memories are here. My height marks on the doorframe, the fort we built in the basement. I know, baby. I know. Haley bounded down the stairs, completely unbothered by the chaos. Isn't this exciting? Tori showed me the plans. The new kitchen is going to be amazing. What about Mom's herb garden by the window? Anthony asked. She's been growing those plants for years. Oh, that's all getting ripped out, Haley said dismissively. Tori wants to put in a breakfast nook with built-in seating. I watched Anthony's face crumple and had to bite my tongue to keep from saying something I'd regret. My phone rang. Caleb's name flashed on the screen. Trinity, I need you to sign some papers. What kind of papers? Loan documents. I'm taking out a home equity line of credit to cover the renovations. How much? $75,000. Don't worry, it won't affect your settlement. This is all on me. I had to cover the phone to hide my sharp intake of breath. $75,000, on top of the $50,000 he'd already committed to. Trinity, you there? Yes, I'm here. When do you need me to sign? Tonight. The bank requires both spouses' signatures, even though we're separated. Of course, whatever you need. After I hung up, I immediately called Atticus. He wants me to sign loan documents for $75,000, I said, keeping my voice low. Don't sign anything. If you're not on the deed, you're not responsible for the debt. Let him forge your signature if he's desperate enough. What if the bank won't approve it without my signature? Then he'll find another way. Men like Caleb always do. They'll use credit cards, personal loans, whatever it takes. The important thing is that none of it is your responsibility. That evening, Ivy came over with Chinese takeout and wine. This place looks like a war zone, she said, surveying the plastic sheeting and construction debris. Wait until you hear the latest. I told her about the loan documents and Caleb's growing debt. $125,000 on renovations. Ivy's eyes went wide. That's more than most people's annual salary. And that's just what I know about. There could be more. Trinity, you need to see this. Ivy pulled out her phone and showed me a social media post from someone named Kylie. I did some digging on Tori's friends. The post was a screenshot of a text conversation. Tori's name was clearly visible at the top. Girl, you hit the jackpot with this one. House, husband, instant family, and the best part? The ex-wife is so pathetic she's just rolling over and taking it. There's more, Ivy said, scrolling down. Look at this. Another message from Tori. I'm already pregnant. Haven't told Caleb yet, but once I do, I'll be set for life. Child support, alimony if things don't work out. This is better than winning the lottery. I stared at the screen, my blood turning to ice. She's pregnant? Or lying about it to secure her position. Either way, she's playing a long game. Show me the rest. Ivy scrolled through more messages. Tori bragging about the renovations, about how she was going to completely erase any trace of me from the house. How she'd convinced Caleb that I was worthless, that I'd never contributed anything meaningful to the family. There's one more thing, Ivy said quietly. I found out why she's so desperate for financial security. She showed me a public records search. Tori had filed for bankruptcy 2 years ago. Credit card debt, student loans, a repossessed car. She's broke, Trinity. Completely broke. Caleb isn't just her meal ticket. He's her life raft. I sat back, processing everything. So she's using him just as much as he thinks he's using me. More. At least you actually loved him. The sound of power tools started up again from the kitchen, even though it was almost 8 p.m. They're working late tonight, I observed. Probably trying to finish before you change your mind about leaving. I smiled, the first genuine smile I'd felt in weeks. Oh, I'm not changing my mind about anything. I'm just getting started. My phone buzzed with a text from Atticus. Court date is set for next Friday. Are you ready for this? I typed back, more than ready. Let them finish their renovations first. I want them to see exactly what they're losing. Ivy raised her wine glass. To Trinity, the woman who's about to teach everyone a lesson they'll never forget. To Justice, I corrected, clinking my glass against hers. Long overdue. 2 weeks later, I found Tori wearing my grandmother's pearl necklace. She was standing in front of the hallway mirror, admiring herself while contractors hammered away in the background. The necklace had been in my jewelry box, the one I'd specifically told her was off limits. "That's not yours," I said quietly. She turned, not even looking embarrassed. "Oh, this old thing? Caleb said I could borrow it. It goes perfectly with my dress for tonight. It belonged to my grandmother. Well, now it belongs to me. Everything in this house does." She adjusted the clasp with deliberate slowness. "You really should start accepting reality, Trinity." Before I could respond, Sandra's voice rang out from the living room. "Tori, darling, come see what I brought you." I followed Tori into the living room, where Sandra was unpacking a box of my china, the set I'd inherited from my mother. "I thought you might want to use the good dishes for entertaining," Sandra said, completely ignoring my presence. "No point in letting them gather dust." "Sandra, those aren't yours to give away," I said, my voice stronger than it had been in weeks. "Oh, please," Sandra scoffed. "You're leaving anyway. What are you going to do? Take everything with you to your studio apartment?" "I haven't found an apartment yet." "Well, you better hurry up. Caleb's patience is wearing thin." As if summoned by his mother's words, Caleb appeared in the doorway. His face was harder than I'd ever seen it. "Trinity, we need to talk. Now." He led me to his study, the room where I used to help him with his paperwork, where we'd planned our children's futures, where we dreamed together. "This has gone on long enough," he said, closing the door behind us. "You're making everyone uncomfortable with this performance." "Performance?" The moping, the crying, the way you skulk around like some kind of ghost. It's pathetic, and it's affecting the kids. "I'm grieving the end of my marriage." "You're being dramatic. Look, I'll make this simple for you." He pulled out his checkbook. "I'll give you $10,000 to be out by the end of the week. Cash, no questions asked." $10,000? For 20 years of marriage? It's more than you deserve. You haven't worked in 2 decades. You have no skills, no education worth mentioning. I'm being generous. And if I don't take it? His eyes went cold. "Then I'll make things very difficult for you. I have lawyers, Trinity. Good ones. I can make sure you get nothing." "You'd really do that? To the mother of your children?" "The mother of my children would have some dignity. She'd accept that this marriage is over and move on with grace." I stared at him, this man I'd loved, and saw a stranger. "I need time to think." "You have until Friday. Take the money and go, or I'll force you out with nothing." That evening, I was packing boxes in my bedroom when I heard voices from the kitchen. The contractors had left for the day, and Tori was on the phone. "Kylie, you should see this place now. The kitchen is going to be gorgeous. Marble countertops, custom cabinets, the works." I crept closer to listen. "No, she still doesn't know about the baby. I'm waiting for the perfect moment to tell Caleb. Maybe after she's gone and we can celebrate properly." My blood ran cold. So it was true. Trust me. Once I'm showing, I'll have him wrapped around my finger completely. Men get so protective when you're carrying their child. I heard footsteps and quickly retreated to my room. A few minutes later, Anthony knocked on my door. "Mom, can I come in?" "Of course, honey." He sat on my bed, looking younger than his 16 years. "I heard Dad talking to you earlier. About the money." "You shouldn't have been listening." "I couldn't help it. He was being really loud." Anthony's hands clenched into fists. "It's not fair, Mom. None of this is fair. Life isn't always fair, sweetheart. But you gave up everything for us, for him, and now he's just throwing you away like garbage." Before I could respond, Haley appeared in the doorway. "Are you guys talking about me behind my back?" "We're not talking about you at all," Anthony said. "Good, because I heard some of the neighbors gossiping about Mom today, about how she's being thrown out like yesterday's trash." Haley's voice was cruel. "It's embarrassing." "Haley," I started. "No, Mom. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of you making our family look pathetic. Just take Dad's money and leave already." That's enough. Anthony stood up, his face flushed with anger. How can you talk to her like that? Because someone needs to tell her the truth. She's been living in a fantasy world for years, thinking she was so important, so valuable. Well, guess what? She's not. She's our mother. She's a housewife who never grew up. At least Tori has ambition. At least she contributes something. Anthony looked like he wanted to hit his sister. Instead, he turned to me. Mom, there has to be something you can do, some way to fight back. I looked at my son's desperate face, then at my daughter's cold expression. What if I told you there was? What do you mean? Anthony asked. Haley rolled her eyes. Oh, great. Here comes another one of Mom's delusional plans. What if I told you that your father doesn't actually own this house? Both kids stared at me. Haley's smirk faltered. What are you talking about? Anthony whispered. The land this house sits on? I bought it with my inheritance 18 years ago. Your father's name is on the house deed, but my name is on the land deed. And you can't own a house without owning the land underneath it. Haley's face went white. That's impossible. Is it? Did you ever wonder why I never seemed worried about money? Why I never panicked when your father talked about taking out loans? Mom, Anthony's voice was barely audible. Are you saying... I'm saying that every dollar your father has spent on renovations, every loan he's taken out, every plan he's made, it's all been built on property he doesn't actually control. My phone rang. Atticus's name appeared on the screen. Trinity? It's time. Can you be at my office tomorrow morning at 9? I looked at my children, one hopeful, one horrified, and smiled. I'll be there. What's happening tomorrow? Anthony asked after I hung up. Tomorrow your father learns that actions have consequences. Mom, you can't be serious about this, Haley said, but her voice lacked its usual confidence. Dead serious. And Haley, you might want to start thinking about which parent you really want to live with, because after tomorrow, your father might not have a house to offer you. The conference room at Atticus's law office felt like a courtroom. I sat beside my lawyer, hands folded calmly in my lap, while Caleb paced by the windows. Tori perched in her chair like a queen holding court, and Sandra sat rigid with disapproval radiating from every pore. I don't understand why we need lawyers for this, Caleb said impatiently. Trinity's already agreed to leave. We just need to finalize the settlement terms. Actually, Atticus said, opening his briefcase, Mrs. Trinity requested this meeting to discuss property ownership. Property ownership? Tori laughed. What property? She doesn't own anything. Atticus spread several documents across the conference table. I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate. Caleb stopped pacing. What's this about, Trinity? Sit down, Caleb. All of you. This might take a while. Something in my tone made them all freeze. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't the broken, defeated woman they'd been dismissing. 18 years ago, Atticus began, Trinity used her inheritance to purchase a plot of land. The deed is registered solely in her name. So what? Sandra snapped. That was before they built the house? Exactly. The house that sits on Trinity's land. The room went dead silent. That's impossible, Caleb said slowly. My name is on the house deed. Yes, it is. But a house deed is meaningless without the land deed. You essentially built a house on property you don't own. Tori's face had gone pale. But we've been taking out loans. Yes, the loans. Atticus pulled out another stack of papers. Approximately $125,000 in home equity loans and renovation financing, all using the house as collateral. That's our business, Caleb said, but his voice was shaking. Actually, it's Trinity's business, because every loan you've taken is secured against a house that sits on her land she never gave you permission to use as collateral. This is ridiculous. Sandra stood up. Trinity, stop this nonsense right now. Sit down, Sandra. My voice was ice. You're about to learn what happens when you underestimate the pathetic housewife. Atticus continued. Trinity has the legal right to evict anyone living on her property, including the house itself. You can't evict a house, Tori shrieked. No, but she can evict the people living in it. And since the house was built without a proper land lease agreement, Trinity can claim ownership of any improvements made to her property. Caleb sank into his chair. What are you saying? I'm saying, I spoke for the first time since we'd sat down, that you've spent over $100,000 improving my property, without my permission. Trinity, please, Caleb's voice cracked. We can work this out. We're family. Family? I laughed, and it was not a pleasant sound. You threw me away like garbage. Your mother called me a gold digger. Your girlfriend wore my grandmother's jewelry and gave away my mother's china. Where was family then? But the kids, Tori started. The kids will be fine. They can visit their father wherever he ends up living, if he can afford rent after paying back all those loans. Sandra's face was purple with rage. You vindictive little... Careful, Sandra. You're in a lawyer's office. Everything you say can be used against you. Atticus handed Caleb a legal document. This is an eviction notice. You have 30 days to vacate the premises. 30 days? Caleb stared at the paper like it was written in a foreign language. But the renovations aren't even finished. That's unfortunate. Trinity is willing to compensate you for materials at cost, but labor and contractor fees are your responsibility. This is insane, Tori jumped up. You can't just steal our house. I'm not stealing anything. I'm reclaiming my property from squatters. Squatters. Caleb's voice was barely a whisper. What else would you call people living on land they don't own without the owner's permission? Sandra finally found her voice. Trinity, if you do this, you'll destroy your children's lives. They'll never forgive you. My children will adapt. They're resilient, remember? That's what Tori said. But where will we go? Tori was crying now, her composure completely shattered. That's not my problem. You should have thought about that before you decided to play house with my husband in my home. Caleb looked up at me with desperate eyes. Trinity, I'm begging you. Don't do this. I'll call off the divorce. We can work things out. Now you want to work things out? After you've already moved your pregnant girlfriend into my house? The room went dead silent again. How did you... Tori started. I know a lot of things, Tori, including your bankruptcy filing from 2 years ago, including the text messages you sent to Kylie about using Caleb as your meal ticket. Tori's face crumpled. Caleb, I can explain. You're pregnant? Caleb turned to stare at her. When were you going to tell me? I was waiting for the right time. The right time to trap me, you mean? Atticus cleared his throat. If we could return to the matter at hand. Trinity, do you want to proceed with the eviction? I looked around the table at their faces. Caleb's devastation, Tori's panic, Sandra's impotent rage. Yes, proceed with the eviction. I want them out of my house. Trinity, please, Caleb started. You gave me 30 days to leave, Caleb. I'm giving you the same courtesy. The difference is, I actually have the legal right to do it. I stood up, smoothing down my dress. Oh, and one more thing. The locks will be changed tomorrow morning. Don't bother trying to come back for anything you might have forgotten. As I walked toward the door, Sandra's voice followed me. You'll regret this, Trinity. Mark my words. I turned back one last time. The only thing I regret is not doing this 20 years ago. The door closed behind me with a satisfying click. The police escort arrived at exactly 9 a.m. I stood on my front porch, my porch, watching Officer Martinez review the eviction notice, while Caleb, Tori, and Sandra huddled by their cars like refugees. Everything appears to be in order, ma'am, Officer Martinez said. They have until 5 p.m. to remove their belongings. Thank you, officer. Caleb approached the porch, his face haggard. Trinity, please. Can we talk about this privately? We had 20 years to talk privately. You chose to have this conversation in a lawyer's office instead. I made mistakes, I know that. But this is destroying everything. You destroyed everything the moment you brought her into our home. Tori was sobbing by the moving truck, her phone pressed to her ear. Mom, I need somewhere to stay, just temporarily until we figure this out. I couldn't hear the response, but Tori's face crumpled further. What do you mean you don't have room? I'm your daughter. Sandra marched up to me, her face twisted with rage. You think you're so clever, don't you? Well, let me tell you something. I held up my phone, recording. Please, continue. My lawyer loves documentation. Sandra's mouth snapped shut. Mom. Haley's voice came from behind me. I turned to see both my children standing in the doorway, still in their pajamas. What's happening? Anthony asked, looking between the police officer and the moving truck. Your mother is evicting us, Caleb said bitterly. She's throwing her own family out on the street. That's not what's happening, I said calmly. I'm reclaiming my property from people who have no legal right to be here. But Dad lives here, Haley protested, though her voice lacked conviction. Dad lives here because I allowed it. For 20 years I allowed it. That permission has been revoked. Officer Martinez stepped forward. Kids, you're minors. You can stay with your mother or go with your father. Your choice. Haley looked between us, confusion and fear warring on her face. Dad, where are you going to live? We'll figure something out, Caleb said, but his voice was hollow. What about school? What about my friends? You can stay here with me, I said quietly. Both of you. This is still your home. How can you say that? Tori screamed from across the yard. After what you're doing to us? I'm not doing anything to you, Tori. You did this to yourself when you decided to play house with a married man. Anthony stepped closer to me. Mom, is it true? About the land? Yes, it's true. Why didn't you tell us before? Because I hoped your father would come to his senses. I hoped he'd remember that families don't throw each other away. Caleb was loading boxes into his car with shaking hands. 20 years. Trinity? 20 years of marriage. And this is how you end it? I didn't end it, Caleb. You did. I'm just refusing to be the victim of your choices. The moving truck pulled away, half empty. Apparently, they couldn't afford professional movers for everything. Where are we supposed to go? Sandra demanded. I gave up my apartment to help with the renovations. That was your choice, I said. Just like everything else, neighbors had started gathering on the sidewalk, pretending to walk their dogs or check their mail while openly staring at the spectacle. Mrs. Patterson from next door approached hesitantly. Trinity, is everything all right? Everything's fine, Mrs. Patterson. Just some family business. I heard, well, people are saying. She glanced at Caleb loading his car. Is it true about the land deed? It's true. Mrs. Patterson's eyes widened. So all these years, you were the real owner? All these years. And they didn't know? They didn't bother to ask. By noon, most of their belongings were gone. Caleb stood by his packed car, looking at the house like he was seeing it for the first time. The renovations aren't even finished, he said quietly. I'll handle that. With what money? You don't have a job, Trinity. You don't have income. I have this house. I have this land. I have options you never bothered to consider. Tori appeared at his side, her face blotchy from crying. Caleb, we need to go. The hotel won't hold our reservation much longer. A hotel? Haley looked stricken. You're staying in a hotel? Just temporarily, Caleb said, but he wouldn't meet her eyes. What about the baby? Anthony asked suddenly. Everyone turned to stare at him. Tori's pregnant, right? That's what you said yesterday, Mom. Where's a baby supposed to live in a hotel? Tori's face went white. How did you... I heard you on the phone, talking about how you were going to use the baby to control Dad. Caleb's head snapped toward Tori. What? It's not like that, Tori said desperately. Anthony's just a kid. He doesn't understand. I understand plenty. Anthony said, his voice stronger than I'd heard it in months. I understand that you never cared about our family. You just wanted what we had. That's enough, Caleb said, but his voice was defeated. Officer Martinez checked his watch. It's 4:30, folks. Time to wrap this up. Caleb looked at me one last time. Trinity, Goodbye, Caleb. He got in his car without another word. Tori climbed into the passenger seat, still crying. Sandra squeezed into the back, muttering curses under her breath. As their car pulled out of the driveway, Haley burst into tears. Mom, what have you done? I put my arm around her shoulders. I've taken back what was always mine, sweetheart. And now, we're going to figure out what comes next. Anthony stood beside me, watching the car disappear down the street. Are you okay, Mom? I looked at my house, with its half-finished kitchen and scattered moving boxes, my children beside me, and the neighbors still whispering on the sidewalk. I'm better than okay, I said. I'm free. 3 weeks after the eviction, I found a letter slipped under my front door. Mom, it said in Anthony's careful handwriting, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you sooner. I'm sorry I let them make you feel like you didn't matter. You've always been the strongest person I know, even when you were pretending to be weak. I love you. Anthony. I was still holding the letter when Haley found me in the kitchen. He left that this morning before school, she said quietly. He was afraid to give it to you in person. And what about you? Are you afraid of me too? Haley sat down across from me at the table, the same table where I'd served thousands of family meals. I was, but not anymore. What changed? Dad called last night, from the hotel. Her voice was small. He wanted me to ask you to take him back. Said he'd learned his lesson. What did you tell him? I told him it was too late for lessons. She looked up at me with eyes that seemed older than her 19 years. Mom, I need to tell you something. About Tori. What about her? She's not pregnant. I heard her on the phone with someone yesterday, laughing about how she'd fooled everyone. She was going to fake a miscarriage once she got what she wanted. I set down the letter carefully. How do you know this? Because she called me. Wanted me to convince you to let them come back. Said she'd make it worth my while. Haley's face twisted with disgust. She offered me money, Mom, to betray you. And I hung up on her. The doorbell rang before I could respond. Through the window, I could see Ivy standing on the porch with a bottle of wine and a grin. Emergency celebration, she announced when I opened the door. I have news. We settled in the living room while Haley retreated upstairs to give us privacy. Okay, spill, I said. Caleb's in serious financial trouble. The bank called in his loans when they discovered the collateral issue. He owes over $100,000 with no way to pay it back. And Tori left him yesterday, cleaned out his wallet and disappeared. Apparently she found someone with better prospects. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I felt oddly empty. What about Sandra? Living in a studio apartment across town. Word is she's telling everyone who'll listen that you're a vindictive witch who destroyed her family. Maybe I am. Ivy studied my face. Having second thoughts? Sometimes, late at night, when the house is too quiet, I wonder if I went too far. Trinity, look at me. Ivy's voice was firm. That man threw you away like garbage. His family treated you like dirt. They would have left you with nothing if they could have. I know. Do you? Because you're sitting in your own house, on your own land, with your children safe and fed, and you're feeling guilty about it. The front door opened, and Anthony walked in with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Hey, Mom. Hey, Ivy. He paused in the doorway. Did you get my letter? I did. Come here. He approached cautiously, and I pulled him into a hug. You have nothing to apologize for, I said. You were a kid caught in an adult mess. That's not your fault. But I said horrible things to you. You were hurt and confused. I forgive you. Haley appeared at the top of the stairs. Can I come down? I have something to say too. Of course. She joined us in the living room, perching on the arm of Anthony's chair. I've been thinking about what happened, about everything. And I was wrong about you, Mom. I thought you were weak because you didn't fight back right away. But you weren't weak. You were smart. You let them show their true colors before you played your hand. I'm not sure it was that calculated. It was brilliant, Anthony interrupted. Dad always said you weren't strategic, that you didn't think ahead, but you outsmarted all of them. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I glanced at it and felt my blood chill. Trinity, it's Caleb. I'm at rock bottom, lost everything. Please, can we talk? I know I messed up, but I love you. I always loved you. I showed the message to Ivy, who snorted. Predictable. What are you going to do? Haley asked. I looked around my living room, at my children, at my best friend, at the home I'd fought to keep. Then I deleted the message without responding. Nothing. I'm going to do absolutely nothing. Good, Anthony said firmly. He made his choice. We all made our choices, I said, and now we live with the consequences. Ivy raised her wine glass. To consequences, and to Trinity, who finally stopped letting other people write her story. To Mom, Haley added, raising her water bottle, the woman who taught us that sometimes the best revenge is just refusing to disappear. Anthony clinked his soda can against our glasses. To family, the real kind. As we sat there in my living room, in my house, on my land, I realized something. I wasn't the same woman who'd been blindsided by divorce papers 3 months ago. That woman had been afraid of being alone, afraid of starting over, afraid of not being enough. This woman knew better, knew. You know what the funny thing is? I said. I spent 20 years trying to be the perfect wife, the perfect mother, the perfect woman. I thought if I just gave enough, sacrificed enough, loved enough, I'd be safe. And now, Ivy asked, now I know that safety doesn't come from other people. It comes from knowing your own worth and never, ever letting anyone convince you to settle for less than you deserve. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Caleb. I turned off the phone and set it aside. So what happens now? Haley asked. I looked at my children, my beautiful, complicated, resilient children, and smiled. Now we figure out what we want our lives to look like. All of us, together. Can we start with finishing the kitchen renovation? Anthony asked. Those contractors left a real mess. We can start with whatever we want, I said. It's our house, after all. And for the first time in 20 years, I meant it.